Alrighty, drivers behind those lines. Practice match 2 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. Drivers, you don't have a ref. Do we need a ref? Okay. Drivers, behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, drivers behind the line. We will start this next practice match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Glacier Peak, please give a warm welcome to your Master of Ceremonies and first alum, Evan Klein.
I hope most of you know the drill. I woke up this morning and I said to myself, I am the luckiest man in the world because I get to come to the greatest district event in all of First. Can I get a quick show of hands of those of you that this is your first event ever? So those of you that have been at events before, how much fun are they going to have this weekend? And what team is going to win this weekend? All right. Good morning and welcome to the 2026 First Robotics Competition and this year's game, Rebuilt, presented by Haas. Rebuilt is part of our archaeology-inspired season First Age, brought to you by Qualcomm. Qualcomm has been a proud sponsor of First for 20 seasons now, and I'm really happy to see them back here again supporting more First programs. We're also excited this year to partner once again with the Gene Haas Foundation, who is the presenting sponsor for the Rebuilt game. Gene Haas, as you know, is a manufacturer of wonderful CNC equipment that I hope some of you have the opportunity to interact with, and they know a thing or two about building great robots. So they're happy to help you do the same and work your way into the career field one day. Thank you to Gene Haas and all of the other sponsors this year, from the large companies to the individual donors. Their contributions make funding, mentorship, and all the volunteers you see out here on the field possible. So one more round of applause for all the sponsors. It is now my pleasure to invite a very special person. For those of you who don't know, this man is the founding chair of First Washington. He is also now the co-chair of the First Executive Advisory Board. Please welcome Mr. Kevin Ross.
Good morning, everyone. So, it's my pleasure, as always, to come out and say a few words. I get to do this every year. I'm going to actually touch on 3 topics in a very short speech. So watch this. So many of you already know that I spend a lot of time thinking about what advice to give high school students about their future and careers and economics and that sort of thing. This year, we've all been watching this whole AI thing happening. And so I wanted to give you some well thought through advice that I have developed over the past few months. This AI thing is not going away. There's a lot of hype in the media about what the heck AI is actually going to mean. Is it going to put everybody out of work? No, it's not. AI isn't a tool, but the important thing is, no matter what industry you go into, you need to know how to use AI as a tool to get your job done. In the software world, which is where I am from, the AI is remarkably efficient at doing some things and is a complete idiot at other things, right? And so the skill that you'll need to develop, and it doesn't matter whether you're going to be a software engineer, a car mechanic, a plumber, an appliance repair person, you need to be able to actually work with these AIs and be able to prompt them to give you the information that you need to do your job. Unfortunately, schools are not ready to teach you this yet. We don't really know great ways of teaching you this, so it's kind of up to you to figure out, how can I become proficient at prompting an AI to give me an answer, for me to be able to evaluate that answer and decide, well, that wasn't quite right, maybe I need to tweak my prompt a little bit so that it might give me better information, okay? And again, this is going to hit every industry there is. It is not going to replace you, but it is a very important tool for you to learn to and become very proficient at. I will tell you that a lot of companies now, your interview is no longer, for software people, for example, your interview is no longer write a linked list program or show me how to twiddle bits in the computer. They literally ask you, make this AI do something interesting. And that is your interview question. Get this AI to develop some software for you. That is, Google is doing it now, Microsoft is doing it now. You're gonna, by the time you get out of college, this is gonna be super important. So please don't ignore the AI. Doesn't matter what field you go into, figure out how to use it to your advantage. Did that make sense? All right. The second thing I wanted to point out to you is that, hey, you have competed in first. And that is actually quite an accomplishment. It is something that you should be extremely proud of. And your participation in first quite literally belongs on your resume. There is an enormous network of people. There are millions of people who have done first at this point. It is a calling card for you in the future, whether you're trying to get into college, this first should be on your college app. Whether you're applying for a job, first should be on your resume somewhere. You'll be amazed at how often that network of people, of these first people, just being a part of that network can actually help you in the future. So please keep that in mind. The third thing, which is somewhat related, is actually aimed at all of the adults, the mentors, the parents. This is an outstanding program. I hope that your students have succeeded at it. It's also not cheap. So we are looking in earnest to invite more people to become involved in FIRST through sponsorship, through providing mentors. So if you or your company would like the ability to get access to all of these outstandingly smart young people, team up with us. We need both. We need lots more mentors. We need more money, and this is a great way for you to express your self-interest, your benign self-interest. Your company wants all of these students to know who your company is and to come work for you. What a better way to do it than to get introduced with FIRST. If you are interested or have always thought, gee, I really wish I could help make that connection with my company, please get a hold of us, Fred Krug, fredk@firstwa.org, or you can get a hold of any of the people that you know from the FIRST community, and we will connect you. With that, have an outstanding day. I'm looking forward to this competition. Is wild. I'm so excited for this. So, have a good day.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. It's now time to recognize some of the volunteers you're going to see out here on the field. Up first, you're going to get to know them this weekend. They're down here in their blue shirts. Please welcome your judges. And they're led by your wonderful judge advisor, Dee Murr. Remember, these judges want to hear your stories, so be sure to tell them about the challenges you've overcome this season, how you've used AI for different things. I don't know. You're going to come up with something great, and I'm sure they're going to love to hear it. All right. Another great group of volunteers we want to recognize is the people that are going to be out here on the field ensuring fair play. Please welcome your referees, led by head referee Aaron Schmitz. Remember, their goal is to ensure fair play on and off the field and to make sure that we maintain gracious professionalism throughout everything we do. Along with a fun competition, safety is very important at FIRST. First Washington's following some new safety protocols this season, but first I want to introduce our safety advisor, our safety manager, Mr. Gary Thayer. You have some fans. So, when I said that First Washington's doing something different this year, they've got a standard response protocol they're going to be following. On the screen throughout the event, there's going to be some information about that, and then around the venue, there's some posters that you can take a look at. It's all linked to a system that I've told that some people are familiar with. You can find out more at a website. This is a real website. is iloveYouGuys.org. You can find extra information on there. Things that you need to be responsible for, make sure you know where the exits from the venue are, and make sure you know where your team's going to rendezvous outside of the venue in the event of an emergency. All right. As always, gracious professionalism is at the center of everything we do here at First. This weekend, it's going to be a really great opportunity for us to recognize all the nominees from all the teams out here for the Gracious Professionalism Finalist Award. Tomorrow, we'll see all those nominees out here on the field, and we'll get to recognize them together. If your team didn't nominate someone for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award this year, Mr. Eric Stokely would like to have a word. Feel free to find him, and you guys will have a talk, I think is what he said. So he makes himself available for that. It's a great talk. Throughout the competition, be sure to honor Woody's legacy by maintaining gracious professionalism in everything you do. Mentors and coaches, as you know, you're critical to the First program. Your support continues to grow this network larger and further and support more students every single year. Many of you support FRC, that's why you're here this weekend, but as you know, there's other programs that First supports. That's FTC, the First Tech Challenge, as well as FLL, the First LEGO League Challenge. Those other programs are great feeders for your teams. So if you or any of the students on your team have opportunities to volunteer at those other events, please take time to do that. They meet outside of our normal competition season, and they run a whole bunch of events. There's like 65 competitions, and they take a whole bunch of judges, a lot of judges, 600 judges alone. This weekend, there is an opportunity for you to see one of those other events. That's the First LEGO League Explorer event. It's going to be happening in the auxiliary gym, which is upstairs behind the bleachers, today from noon to 3. So go ahead and take a look at that. You get to scope out the students that are going to be in your teams in just a few years. Also this weekend, if you stop by Pit Admin, you can find out some information about the workshops and activities that we're going to be offering in addition to the competition play that'll be out here on the field, so make sure to take an opportunity to do that. And seniors, those of you that this will be your last season competing in First, today at lunch, so right when the last match before lunch finishes, right before you head off to lunch, we're going to get you all down here on the field. We're going to pretend that everybody gets along, and we're going to have well, of course everybody gets along. We're going to take a photo, and we're going to make sure that's posted and available for you to have as a memento. Additionally, at the end of the day today, so after the last match today, we'll do our alumni photo. Same thing, we'll have all the alumni down here on the field, and we'll get a photo. So with that, if you could please stand if you are able for the national anthem. All right, I have one question. Are you ready to play Rebuilt? Let's get the robots on the field and get things powered up. We'll be right back with you. Before we meet our teams for qualification match number 1, please put your hands together for your wonderful game announcer, Austin Genchi.
Howdy, folks.
All right, out here for the first qualification match at the Glacier Peak, please welcome Team 3219.
Sponsored by OSPI, the boat company, and Prospect Construction, Inc. That's Tread, Trojan, Robotics, Engineering, Art, and Design.
Joining them in the middle position, 4131.
Supported by Boeing, Gene Haas Foundation, and Phillips. That's the Iron Patriots.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 3826.
They're supported by First Washington, Boeing, and the Squim School District. That's the Squim Robotics Federation, or SURF.
On the blue side of the field, it's 9317.
A community team for Redmond. That's the Steamrollers.
In the middle position, it's 1294.
They're supported by First Washington, Eastlake Robotics family members, and the Argosy Foundation. That's Pack of Parts.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, what time is it? It's 488.
Sponsored by Microsoft, the boat company, and First Washington. That's Team Xbot.
Qualification match number 1 here at the Glacier Peak District event. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're ready to go. Qualification match 1 of 60 here at Glacier Peak, the district event in the PNW district. We got fuel making its way towards the red hub, courtesy of, looks like the red human players there at the bottom left corner of the field. They're able to shoot those pieces of fuel into the hub for 1 point apiece as robots continue to work on pre-programmed instructions. There's the end of our 20 seconds or so of autonomous. Now we've got about 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play with drivers at the controls as they take control of their various machines. At center field, Xbot chases down for the Blue Alliance. They chase a Red Alliance robot that's going to be Surf, the Squim Robotics Federation there in the red bumpers. For the 826, they're grabbing some pieces of fuel. Looks like they launched them towards our judges. Now over the field wall, we'll see if more of that fuel makes its mark towards their actual intended target, which hopefully should be that Red Alliance hub. You see it illuminated there in the red lights. They have just a few more seconds left on their shift. Now control transfers over to the Blue Alliance. It is their turn to score. And score they do as several pieces of fuel make their way into the Blue Alliance hub. But Surf is here trying to interrupt some of that scoring and play defense against those Blue Alliance robots. 488 is Team Xbot. They're on the Blue Alliance trying to chase down some fuel there on the far right side, just up against their Alliance side.
Let's meet the teams for qualification match number 2. Up first, please put your hands together for your host. It's Team 2930. Joining them, it is none other than 4173. And rounding out your red alliance, it's 9036. On the blue side of the field with their green hats, it's 3786. Joining them, it's 179. Rounding out your blue alliance, it's 4180. qualification match number 2. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off match 2 here at the Glacier Peak District event. We've got 10079, that's Aerodynamics out of Bothell. They dived into neutral zone, launching several pieces of fuel towards the direction of that Blue Alliance hub. They're joined by some fuel delivered by the Blue Alliance human players from their outpost. Red trying to launch some fuel as well. Controls current lead in favor of the Red Alliance at this point, but still just over 2 minutes to play. 24-6 your current score. The Blue Alliance will have their first shot at scoring into the active hub for the next 20 seconds or so as they are on the active shift. 37-86, the Chargers, their robot in yellow and blue bumpers, trying to chase down some fuel, get their bearings. They make their way underneath that secret, or not a tunnel, but a trough or something like that. A trench, excuse me. They make their way down towards the red end of the field as Red goes on the active shift. Over there on the far red side, on the front, just behind the hub, is going to be, I believe that's 9036. Yep, that's Robotics there. They initially score some fuel at the start of the shift. Now Squirrels as well, some fuel following up. Flash, and we make our way back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Aerodynamics have a full hopper of fuel as they line up and launch them towards the Blue Alliance hub. Straight for the up top they go, and in they go through that hub out to the neutral zone at 1 point apiece. Now some more fuel from Aerodynamics. They're joined by both their humans and their alliance partner 4180, the Iron Riders. They score as well just as that shift expires. Now it's the Red Alliance's turn to play. They launch some fuel into that Red Alliance hub. That's again Robotics, team 9036. They're at the front side of the field. They're joined by some shots from Squirrels. You saw Squirrels, your host team 2930 there at the back top left corner of the field. They get bumped into by the defense being played by 30 seconds of the match. Both Alliance hubs now illuminate and become active. Aerodynamics again, another hopper load of fuel into that Blue Alliance hub. And some additional shots there from the Iron Riders again. 15 seconds left in the match. Lead currently in favor of the Blue Alliance. We'll have to see if the Red Alliance is able to score some fuel in these final few moments. Several shots from the Red Alliance humans as Robotics makes their way up into the air. They're on the front side of the red ladder. Or tower, excuse me. It's exciting matches there. We'll have to see how those final endgame scores affect our results. We'll be back in just a moment.
Qualification match number 3. Let's meet the teams out here on the field. Please welcome 3681. Joining them, 4682. And rounding out your Red Alliance, I almost missed them. It's 4089. On the blue side of the field, please put your hands together for team 29 in 10. Joining them promptly in the middle position, it's 3070. And rounding out your blue alliance, it's 8051. Qualification match number 3. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Separated by just 1 point, and as I say that, the Red Alliance continues to score fuel. I believe that's courtesy of to the Cybears there in the Red Alliance side. They also happen to score the active hub on this first shift, as they had slightly fewer amounts of fuel in that autonomous mode there in that Red Alliance hub. So they get on shift first. They try to make use of that. They got one red robot in the bottom left corner trying to be stealth robotics, 4089. Now control transfers over to the Blue Alliance side. We watch as Jack in the Box scores some initial shots of fuel into that Blue Alliance hub. Now 1, 2 initial pieces as they get heavily defended against by, once again, 4089, stealth robotics of the Red Alliance. 3070 also by the blue tower on the far right side of the field. They have in their grasp. Looks like they'll try to get their bearings and align with the hub as control transfers over again to the Red Alliance side. We got some fuel making its way into the Red Alliance hub. That's going to be, again, 3681 now. The Robo Raiders for the Red Alliance scoring 1 point per piece of fuel into that Red Alliance hub while those lights remain illuminated. We got meanwhile, looks like Jack in the Bot and Pronto both in center field in the neutral zone. Jack in the Bot there was working to get some of that fuel out of the neutral zone deep into their own territory to score in their hub, which is now active for the next 12 seconds. The Cybears heavily defending against the Blue Alliance's Tank Rex. It's 8051 in the blue bumpers. They try to make their way around the trench, now over the sweep of fuel through the Blue Alliance hub just as we hit under 30 seconds to play. Still a very tight live score currently in favor of the Red Alliance as we watch
We've made it to qualification match number 4 out here on the field with me. I've got some teams that want to meet you. Up first, it's 94-42. Additionally, we've got 25-22. And rounding out the Red Alliance, I'm not sure I can hear you, it's 29-80. I take it back. On the blue side of the field, please welcome 45-79. In the middle position, 32-68. And rounding it out, it's a team from my neck of the woods. Please welcome 1899. qualification match number 4, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're back for qualification match number 4 here at the Glacier Peak District event. Fuel making its way into the blue and red hubs. Stream of fuel there from 25-22 in a red bumper. It's going to be Royal Robotics. They're in the top left corner. They gather some more fuel and make their way towards the red tower. Are they up in the air, perhaps, for the auto climb? We'll let our referees judge that potential 15-point bonus if they made their way up into the air for the level 1 climb. Now we've got a scrum near in the neutral zone. Blue Alliance does make their way out of there. Nope, they're back in. Sage Robotics now joined by their alliance partners, Robo Eagles. Both robots hoping to collect some fuel and sweep it over to the Blue Alliance side. And both Blue Alliance robots interact with Royal Robotics. They're trying to get some fuel out from the neutral zone into deep in the Red Alliance territory. They're getting ready for their Red Alliance shift coming up in just a few seconds. Some final pieces of fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. 1, 2, maybe 3 or so points there from the Blue Alliance and Valhalla bots there just as that shift comes to a close. On the left side of the field, Red Alliance hub illuminated and active, but looks like 94-42, the Miso mechanics. They bump into and push the Blue Alliance out of their zone, and they make their way underneath the far red trench back into the neutral zone. Not very much fuel from my eye scored in that Red Alliance hub, but they do currently have the lead. 65-10, your current live score, with just about 70 seconds left to play. Royal Robotics deep in blue territory at the top right corner of the field. They're trying to get fuel out of the Red Alliance side over to their own side of the field to score in their hub later on. They were being defended against by 1899 Saints Robotics out of Bellevue. And now continuing collisions back and forth as they try to make their way back out of the Blue Alliance zone as the Red Alliance hub remains active for the next 12 seconds. Top left corner of the field now in Red Alliance territory. Royal Robotics now back from their shopping trip in the Blue Alliance zone. They launched some fuel into the Red Alliance hub as we hit under 30 seconds. Both Alliance hubs now back in play. The Saints Robotics player, they attempt a shot into the Blue Alliance hub. That one bounces out, unfortunately. Plenty of time still. Saints Robotics, they surf over some fuel back into the Blue Alliance area underneath the trench. They're looking for some additional fuel. 45-79 in the neutral zone. That's Robo Eagles. They sweep up some pieces of fuel. Final seconds, 2-1. We end the match with Royal Robotics seemingly in the air again. And at the end of the match, that could be a potential 10 points if our referees can verify that that's a climb. We'll be back in a moment with your final scores. Those scores now confirmed by referees. Red Alliance with the victory in match number 4. Final score 139-26 in favor of Red, and free ranking points for that win go to each of those teams. We'll be right back for qualification match number 5.
Qualification match number 5 out here on the field. Let's go ahead and meet the teams on the red side of the field. Up first, 59-41.
Supported by Boeing, speed on the Everett School District. That's the Cast Iron Orcas.
1778.
Supported by Alderwood Terrace Rotary Club, West Coast Products, and Edmond School District. That Chill Out.
And rounding it out, it's 2903.
Supported by Stillaguamish Tribe of Indians, Electro Impact, and First Washington. That's the Neobots.
On the blue side of the field, the first position is 4512.
Supported by Boeing, First Washington, and Everett School District, Otter Chaos.
Joining them, 7627.
Sponsored by GD, Johansson Mechanical Incorporated, and Altair, Bearcat Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, it's 4915.
Sponsored by Boeing, Mainbridge Schools Foundation, and First Washington. That's Spartronics.
Qualification match number 5. We're here at the Glacier Peak District event, and we've got the drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 5 begins as they all do, with just about 20 seconds of autonomous time. Robots operating purely on pre-programmed instructions and sensor input. Plenty of fuel making its way up into the Blue Alliance hub, as courtesy of both Spartronics and possibly Bearcat as well, as they make their way out to the neutral zone. A pile of fuel there from the Blue Alliance puts them at an early lead, 50-15 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Now fuel streaming over from the neutral zone. It's going to be 49-15 Spartronics trying to stockpile some of their fuel in the Blue Alliance zone for later on in the match. But first, 15 seconds of a Red Alliance shift as the Red Hub is active. We'll look to see if any Red Alliance robots are able to score fuel in that hub. Looks like 2 robots opt instead to bump up against 4512 Otter Chaos of the Blue Alliance. They opt to go this shift on the defensive. Now back in the Blue Alliance zone as Spartronics once again launches a flurry of fuel into the Blue Alliance hub. They do end up on some piece of fuel and now bump into the top of that Blue Alliance trench. I heard the crunching of some plastic. Hopefully they're bought no worse for wear as they continue to launch fuel into that Blue Alliance hub. Now Otter Chaos as well. 2 or 3 pieces of fuel, 2 or 3 pieces of points. Red Alliance side of the field now as we head back over with an active hub. Chill Out with a flashing status light. Unfortunately disconnected for the moment just behind the blue hub. Hopefully they're able to reconnect later on in this match. Just over a minute left to play. Neobots tracking down some fuel. They make their way into the neutral zone underneath the red trench. Tracking down some fuel. Spartronics is an interesting move, rather. They sweep some fuel over the red bump into the red territory. But at the same time, they tossed some fuel over the blue zone. Once again, now Bearcat lining up with their alliance partners. They're trying to launch the fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. They're joined by Spartronics, fuel in the Blue Alliance hub as well. Chill Out, fortunately, still disconnected, but they're in the way, potentially not allowing the Blue Alliance to get to their preferred positions for launching fuel into the hub. Now 30 seconds left in the match. Spartronics back in a neutral zone, 49-15. They chase down some fuel along the back wall. Neobots there at the front. They make their way underneath that front red trench and make their way deep into red territory. They're looking for some additional fuel to score. Red Humans launching fuel towards the red hub. 1 point per fuel scored. 5 seconds left now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blue Alliance putting up some big numbers early on in this match. We'll have to wait for our final scores when they're confirmed by our referees. And those scores, as confirmed by referees, show a Blue Alliance victory. 168-42, your final score. Once again, and free ranking points as well as the energized ranking point all go to your Blue Alliance, shifting them up in our early rankings. Congratulations to both alliances there. An excellent match there. We'll be right back. Qualification match number 6 in a moment.
Qualification match number 6 out here on the field. We'll go ahead and meet the teams up first on the red side. Please welcome 488.
First word by Microsoft welcome in first Washington Team Xbox.
Joining them, 4131.
That's the Iron Patriots.
And rounding out your red alliance, it's 4089.
Stealth Robotics.
On the blue side of the field, please put your hands together for 4180.
The Iron Riders.
Joining them, it's 1294.
Pack of Parts.
And last but certainly not least, 3681.
That's the Robo Raiders.
Qualification match number 6 here at the Glacier Peak Pacific Northwest District event. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 6 of 60. This will be about a 10% of the way through our qualification matches here at the Glacier Peak District event. A stream of fuel making its way into the Red Alliance hub, courtesy of, I believe that's going to be 4089 Stealth Robotics, where they get themselves caught up just near the red trench area. Let's bring back to life now with drivers at the controls. Some final pieces of fuel through the Red Alliance hub at 1 point apiece from their human players deep in the red outpost at the Alliance wall. Hub control transfers now to the Blue Alliance. Their hub illuminated and active. We shall have to see if that Alliance is able to score fuel in the hub. Some initial shots from Iron Riders fly just wide. Now 3681 of the Blue Alliance is the Robo Raiders. They fire off a couple of fuel into the Blue Alliance hub. 1 point apiece there. Some additional shots there from the Robo Raiders and the Iron Riders. Both fly just shy of the Blue Alliance hub. Back to the left side we go. Red Alliance hub active as a zip tie flies near the Red Alliance hub as well. That one bounces off the net, but all this fuel, meanwhile, is landing deep into that Red Alliance hub, processing through 1 point apiece from, I believe, Stealth and the Iron Patriots. Blue Alliance control now active again. Iron Riders 4180. The robot in blue, green, and white trying to line up some shots towards that blue hub. One shot just over. They'll realign and try again, but not before they get interrupted by the Red Alliance's 4089 Stealth Robotics. Looks like they were on a mission to steal a full hopper of fuel and ferry it back over to the Red Alliance side. Iron Patriots in that blue territory at the top right. They're trying to get in the way of Blue Alliance robots, but they're back on an active shift. Red Alliance scoring some additional fuel now in that Red Alliance hub quickly in that early part of the shift. Now 10 seconds left in the Red Alliance period. Several pieces of fuel processed through that hub at 1 point apiece. They're over that 100 fuel threshold, so Red Alliance walking with at least 1 ranking point. They'll hope to gain a few extra as they continue to add to their final tally. Iron Patriots 4131 in the top right corner. They're getting in the way of a Blue Alliance machine attempting to line up and score. That's going to be 3681, the Robo Raiders in the final seconds. They score a handful of fuel in that Blue Alliance hub. Now 3 seconds left on the clock. Some final fuel from the Robo Raiders as time expires. Referees get the thumbs up on those scores. Red Alliance with the victory in that match, 188-35. Your final score, and once again, 4 ranking points to your Red Alliance. 1 for that energized ranking point we discussed earlier. 3 additional for the win. That will contribute to their ranks going upwards. 4089 and Stealth Robot is currently in a 2nd position. We're still early on in our event, however, so we shall have to see how our rankings continue to change as we approach qualification match number 7.
Qualification match number 7. Please welcome 4173.
They're from Mount Vernon High School. That's the Bark Bots.
Joining them, 8051.
Out of Foster High School, Tink Rex.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 2980.
They're from Oak Harbor High School. It's the Whidbey Island Wildcats.
On the blue side of the field, it's 1899.
From Interlake High School, Saints Robotics.
Joining them, 9036.
From the Bellevue Big Picture School, Robin Robotics.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 179.
From Buffalo High School, Aerodynamics.
Qualification match number 7 here at the Glacier Peak Pacific Northwest District event. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Wheels start to turn here in match 7. Aerodynamics deep in the center field. They grab a few fuel. They're joined by the Red Alliance's Tink Rex 8051. They both make their way towards their respective alliance sides, launching that fuel towards the respective alliance hubs. Fuel at 1 point apiece puts our live scores at 31 or 32 or so. These numbers just keep increasing to 17 in favor of the Blue Alliance. So the Blue Alliance will be first off shift. They'll prepare later on. As some loud noises here from 2980. The Whidbey Island Wildcats, they were in motion, and we do hear their motors and belts and whatnot, as they do end up currently stuck on some fuel. They try to navigate around the neutral zone to free themselves from the clutches of that red ball. Oh no, to become disconnected. Hopefully they'll rejoin us later on in this match. Tink Rex does try to help them get up off that fuel, but we are currently in Blue Alliance shift time, and they are on the offensive. Aerodynamics chasing down some fuel against the Alliance wall. They're joined by Saints and Ramen, both launching fuel towards that Blue Alliance hub. Several shots from Saints are once over the hub, now over the driver's station wall there in the final seconds of that Blue Alliance shift. We return back to the red side as all 3 Blue Alliance robots make their way back into the neutral zone, attempting to gather fuel for the next time they're on the clock. 2980 still trapped on top of the field, but they are, or at least appear to be reconnected back to the field control system. And as I say that, their status light continues to flash. So we'll have to see if they're able to make it back off that piece of fuel as they make their way back to the Blue Alliance side for their offensive scoring. 10079, they gather some additional fuel behind their Blue Alliance tower. Saints Robotics tracking down some fuel as well as we approach endgame. 34 seconds left now on the clock as we approach endgame. There's the whistle now. Now it's BarkBots at center field. They join the Whidbey Island Wildcats, seemingly immobile. They launch some fuel high in the air. They do some spins, and now, okay, BarkBots making their way back towards the center line. But it's going to be only 8051 Tink Rex in red territory attempting to score. Some final shots of fuel coming in from the Blue Alliance side, both from robots and humans. 3 seconds left now on the clock. 2 and 1. Armor Robotics appears to be in the air again. So we shall have to see how our referees call that one as they finalize our scores. scores now finalized. We do see a Blue Alliance victory. Final score, 184 to 43. Free ranking points for the win, an additional ranking point for the energized bonus. 100 points of fuel scored there for that Blue Alliance. That moves the Saints and the Ramen Robotics teams up in the rankings. They're at 14th and 12th respectively. Aerodynamics remains at 6th. That will be Alliance captain position tomorrow if they remain in that slot. Once again, our rank is continually in flux as we continue on through our qualification matches. We'll see match number 8 on the field in just a moment.
Qualification match number 8. Please welcome 3786.
From Kent Ridge High School, that's the Chargers.
7627.
They're from Monroe High School, Bearcats Robotics.
And you know them, it's 2910.
From Henry M. Jackson High School in Mill Creek, Washington, it's Jack in the Box.
On the other side of the field, 2903.
They're from Arlington High School, the Neobots.
2522.
They're from Linwood and Edmonds Woodway High Schools, Royal Robotics.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 2930.
Your host from right here at Glacier Peak High School, as well as the Homish High School, the Sonic Squirrels.
qualification match number 8. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
The horn sounds starting off qualification match number 8. 2 robots in center field. It's going to be Jack in the Bot and Sonic Squirrels. 2 teams not too far from each other, and the Sonic Squirrels, your host team's right here. Looks like they activate their A stop. They're going to be paused for the remainder of Autonomous. In a precarious position, as multiple pieces of fuel end up in their hopper as they fall right out of that Blue Alliance hub. That's a little bit interesting there as we enter teleop. Just a few seconds left here in the transition shift. Looks like we're going to be on our Red Alliance side here for some offense. As 2910, Jack in the Bot launches some fuel towards that Red Alliance side of the field. Jack in the Bot now catches some air as they bump up against 2 Blue Alliance robots. It's like they return back to the carpet, no worse for wear. Here comes Jack in the Bot. They see some final pieces of fuel from behind the red hub as the active hub shift changes back to the Blue Alliance side. Royal Robotics, 2522, deep in the bottom right corner of their territory. They launch some fuel towards the blue hub. They now bump into the defense being played by 3786, the Kent Ridge Chargers. They bump into them just against the far side of the field, against the back wall by the tower. Some groans from the audience says Jack in the Bot appears to run into the top of their red trench. Hopefully their bot continues to see no further damage as they make their way back on the offensive for their red shift. They now appear to be launching some fuel from that far bottom left corner into the Red Alliance hub. 2910, they launch the fuel just as the shift changes from that Red Alliance tower. They're slowly tracking some more fuel as they make their way now over the bump back towards center field. Bearcat Robotics as well for the Red Alliance. They track down some additional fuel. They now pass it back over, stashing it away in red territory as we remain on the Blue Alliance period. Charger Robotics, they are deep in Blue Alliance territory, but they've got some ref eyes on them. They wave off a potential pin count. And we enter the last 22 seconds of the match. Both Alliance hubs active, and now here comes those volleys of fuel on the Red Alliance side. Jack in the Bot launching some fuel into the Red Alliance hub. Several pieces there, 1 point each. They now are in a very tight match. Blue Alliance takes the lead. Red Alliance closely behind. Live score 182 to 185. Last I checked. We'll have to take a look. Some final flags wave. Absolute chaos across the field in that match. We end of an unofficial score. Again, live unofficial score in favor of the Red Alliance, but separated by a very close margin. We'll have to wait for our referees to confirm our results. Once those scores are certified, we'll have your final results to you in a moment. Lead flipping back and forth there multiple times in that match. Final score now certified by our referees. Red Alliance takes away the win in that one. A new event high score, 204 points to 186. Both alliances do walk away with that energized ranking point. They scored at least 100 fuel in both of those hubs, but in the end, the Red Alliance does walk away with those free ranking points for that win. Lots of chaos in that match. We'll be right back for qualification match number 9.
Qualification match number 9. Please welcome back to the field 4579.
They're from Federal Way High School, the Robo Eagles.
Joining them 4512.
Cascade High School's Otter Chaos.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 3070.
From Shorewood and Shorecrest High Schools, Team Pronto.
On the blue side of the field, make some noise, it's 3268.
From Inglemoor Senior High School, the Val Halabots.
4915.
They're from Mainbridge High School, Spartronics.
And rounding it out, 3826.
From Squim High School, the Squim Robotics Federation, or SURF.
Qualification match number 9. Drivers behind the line, 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off qualification match 9, you got that is Spartronics over there in the center field. They collect some blue fuel and they make their way over to the Blue Alliance hub to score it. That puts them in an early lead in our live score. 4 seconds left in Autonomous as Spartronics takes another shopping trip back to the Blue Alliance zone. We enter the transition shift as drivers take the controls, and plenty of blue fuel now being scored again by Spartronics through that center hub. They scored the most fuel in that Autonomous, so initial shift here in our match goes to the Red Alliance. They go on the offensive, looking to score some additional fuel in that Red Alliance hub. Spartronics continuing to shift fuel over from the blue side or from the neutral zone rather, over to the blue side. FTA managing to catch some fuel from the scoring table. That fuel quickly entered back into play by our field crew. Now back on the Blue Alliance side of the field as they enter an active shift. Here in the Blue Alliance period, they launch some fuel into the Blue Alliance hub. Spartronics just roaming around their Blue Alliance side. They pick up some additional fuel and score into the open top of that goal. 1 point per fuel scored through that Blue Alliance hub as it returns back to the neutral zone. Back to the red side we go. 45-79. Looks like they have some problems maneuvering around the neutral zone. I see a rapidly blinking status light that might indicate some power issues there with that machine as they try to make their way from the neutral zone back towards their territory. 7 seconds left now on the clock here as Spartronics continues to launch fuel towards their side of the field. In the final seconds of that shift there, 38-26, the Squim Robotics Federation tried to play some defense. They bumped up against Otter Chaos, getting them up against the red trench. Now both robots free from that zone. 49-15 again on the hunt, trying to score some additional fuel in that Blue Alliance hub. They launch 3 or 4 pieces of fuel towards that hub. They fly just off to the right. They'll quickly reset and try again as we enter the last 30 seconds of our match. Deep in red territory, 2 red robots looking around. At least one of them has fuel, and they do now start to launch that fuel towards that Red Alliance hub. I believe that's going to be 45-12 Otter Chaos of the Red Alliance scoring some fuel for their side. The Red Alliance still in the hunt there for that ranking point there in the last 8 seconds or so of that match. Blue Alliance has scored a 175 and counting fuel. They're walking with at least 1 ranking point. We shall have to see after referee certification if they walk away with the free for the victory. Scores now confirmed for a Blue Alliance win. 198-69 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And once again, they do walk away with those 4 ranking points I discussed earlier. 1 ranking points there for the fuel scored in their Blue Alliance hub and free for that victory. That moves Spartronics up to rank 3 in our rankings. They're joined by their alliance partners moving upwards to 15th and 17th. Once again, still early on here in our qualification schedule, so we'll be right back for qualification match number 10 to see how our rankings continue to change.
qualification match number 10 out here on the field. We've got 2 more before we head to lunch. Seniors, reminder, we've got our senior photo as soon as we finish qualification match number 11. So just in a few minutes here. Out here on the field with me, I've got 1778.
From Alec Terrace High School, chill out.
Joining them in the middle position, it's 3219.
They're from Auburn High School, Tread, Trojan Robotics, Engineering, Arts, and Design.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 4682.
Currently in your rank 1, that's the Cy Bears.
On the blue side of the field, make some noise, it's 5941.
They're from Everett High School, the Cast Iron Orcas.
Joining them, 9442.
From Seattle, Miso Mechanics.
And they've got their hard hats on. They mean business. It's 9317.
They're from Redmond, the Steamrollers.
If you're just joining us, this is qualification match number 10. We're here at the Pacific Northwest District event, Glacier Peak. And we've got our robots on the field. And our drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 10, a 1/6 of the way through our qualification matches. Some initial fuel launched from Blue Alliance human players into the hub, 1 point apiece. Same on the red side. Initial score in favor of Blue as we exit Autonomous. 21-6 currently in favor of the Blue Alliance. That does mean that the red teams will be taking their first offensive shift here. There goes that period now. They have just over 20 seconds to score in that red hub, and score they do as the Red Alliance robots continue to hunt for more fuel. Looks like they'll take the rest of this shift to just stockpile some additional fuel to score later on. And as I say, that's additional fuel launched over from that bottom left corner by, I believe, 4682, the Cy Bears, the current #1 ranked team. Attention now shifts over to the right side of the field, your Blue Alliance areas. Once again, the hopper plastic of 9317, the Steamrollers, does, once again, sort of just flop and dangle off the robot. A little bit of unscheduled disassembly there. They make their way back down to the neutral zone. They scoop up a couple of fuel, and they make their way back to their zone just as the Red Alliance period begins again. The Cy Bears chasing down some additional fuel to score for the Red Alliance side. They have a large stockpile of fuel along the red side. Looks like they're going to be, unfortunately, not joined by their alliance partner, 3219 Shred. Can't quite tell what's going on there, but the robot appears to be disconnected. Our field crew taking a look there is hopefully seeing if they can get rejoined back into this match. Steamrollers flailing a little wildly as their hopper plastic continues to dangle off their machine. Cy Bears now, another piece of their robot dangling off their machine as well, off to the ground. They return back to their zone as we enter the end game period under 30 seconds as both Alliance hubs become active. Cast Iron Orcus now there in the bottom right corner of the blue field. They looked for some additional fuel to score. They're joined by the Steamrollers. They tried to score some last pieces of fuel as well. Those free shots appeared to be good. Red Alliance, they're trying to navigate around some final shots of fuel in their territory as well, but with 2 robots now disconnected. They'll do their best with a fairly close live score. We'll have to wait for referee confirmation to see the results of that one.
We've made it to qualification match. No, we haven't. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm talking. I'm going to stop talking.
Before we announce the scores from that match, we do have an update from that match. Team 4682 is being issued a red card due to a safety violation from G102, resulting in an egregious violation. A red card due to an egregious safety violation under G211. With that, we do have our scores. Final results in that match go to your Blue Alliance. Final score 64-55. Free ranking points for the win go to your Blue Alliance. Red Alliance, were they to receive additional ranking points, unfortunately the card 4682 would not receive them. In this instance, there were no ranking points to receive. They will remain in our matches. They will continue on with a yellow card for the remainder of our qualification matches. And we'll be right back with qualification match number 11.
Okay. Now it's qualification match 11. Please welcome 488.
That's Xbot.
Thank you. In the middle position, it's 1899.
Saints Robotics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, 7627.
Bearcat Robotics.
On the blue side of the field, 4173.
BarkBots.
Joining them, 2522.
Royal Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, 4089.
Stealth Robotics.
We've made it to qualification match number 11 here at the Pacific Northwest event. As a reminder, at the conclusion of this match, we're going to do a senior photo, so please have your seniors ready. With that, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Back on the road again with qualification match number 11. Some initial shots of fuel through the Red Alliance hub. Up and over the field wall, those human players go. Now a stream of fuel from 4089 is going to be Stealth Robotics out of Duval. There in the bottom right corner, they launch some additional pieces of fuel in the Blue Alliance hub as human players utilize the chutes to deposit some fuel in the Royal Robotics machine. We enter driver-controlled teleop with just over 2 minutes to play and a lead in favor of the Blue Alliance for the moment. That does mean that the Red Alliance will have the first shift as they begin to launch fuel vaguely in the direction of the Red Alliance hub. There is Saints Robotics. They launch a few pieces of fuel in the Red Alliance hub. Now a few more make their way through the top of that goal and in through the Red Alliance hub. A couple seconds left on that Red Alliance shift and some additional pieces of fuel from 1899. They're going to be the last red robot to remain in the red hub as their other alliance partners seek some fuel from the neutral zone to stockpile for later on in the match. 4089 Stealth Robotics, a fairly strong offensive robot, currently stuck on some fuel in this Blue Alliance shift. They're dedicating 2 robots to this effort. One robot stuck on fuel and the second, Royal Robotics, to free them. They do so successfully. just at the end of that Blue Alliance shift. Some excellent work there from those Blue Alliance teams as they managed to free their alliance partner. Bearcat Robotics ramping up over the bump. That's going to be 76-27 of the Red Alliance at the front of the field. They chase down some fuel as they enter Blue Alliance's zone and now make their way back towards the neutral zone, fuel in their grasp. They've got kind of a full hopper as they bump up against the front wall, letting loose some of that fuel as they make their way back home. Rail Robotics chasing down some fuel. They join Stealth Robotics 4089. They were initially launching some fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. Now after a brief lull, they've got about 10 seconds left in their shift, and they're making every moment count. Rail Robotics launching fuel into that Blue Alliance hub. Looks like something might be wrong with Stealth Robotics as they get that fuel into that Blue Alliance outpost. Humans continuing to score that fuel, manually launching it into the hub with human strength. 1 point per fuel that opens the top of that goal. 15 seconds left now on the clock, and here come these shots from Red. Bearcat Robotics trying to launch some fuel as they grab it from near their tower. Humans launching fuel as well from the Red outpost. Score separated by just over 50 points or so. As the match comes to a close, our live score tells one story. We'll wait for referees to confirm our scores to hear the final tale. Scores for match 11 certified by our referees. Final result in that match to your Blue Alliance. They take away the victory. Final score 196-141. Both alliances do walk away with the energized ranking points, so they do earn at least something from that match after scoring 100 or more fuel in the hub. Blue Alliance does ultimately walk away with the free ranking points for the win, and 4089 Stealth Robots continues to remain in first rank position. Once again, those rankings will continue to shift as we continue on our qualification day, but before we continue on, we have lunch. So, have a great lunch, and we'll start our next match at 2 o'clock Pacific. Next match begins at 2 o'clock. We'll go to senior photo happening now. Now on the field, if you are a graduating student from your team, please make your way to the field for the senior photo.
If you're a graduating senior, we got an opening in the stanchions over here for the senior photo. You can find your way onto the field. Welcome back from lunch. I've got qualification match number 12 out here on the field. Up first, it's 38-26.
From Squim High School, that's Squim Robotics Federation, or SURF.
In the middle position, it's your host, Team 2930.
And right here at Glacier High School, and it's the Homish High School, it's the Sonic Squirrels.
And last but certainly not least, 80-51.
From Foster High School, Tank Rex.
On the blue side of the field, say hello to 49-15.
Bainbridge High School, Spartronics.
Joining them, 29-03.
And Arlington High School, the Neobots.
And rounding out the blue side of the field, it's 41-31.
Liberty High School's Iron Patriots.
qualification match number 12. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
We're back from lunch, kicking off qualification match number 12. Several robots making their way towards the neutral zone. Currently 2 red robots sweeping up fuel from the large stockpile that starts out every match in the center of the field. Several pieces of fuel making its way through the blue hub. Glacier currently in favor of that blue alliance. Looks like they scored just about 2 bits more of fuel in that blue alliance hub. That will give the red alliance the advantage. Starting off with the initial shift. You have a large bump there at the bottom left corner between 2 red alliance robots. Looks like both robots return back to the playing field floor, no worse for wear. So go ahead and restart and grab some additional fuel as they enter a red alliance period. Now some more traffic at center field, 4915 ramping up on 3826 bumpers, or maybe it was the other way around. Either way, both robots escaped from that incursion. Both wheels are all 4 wheels on the ground as we shift on over back to the blue alliance side of the field. Robotics 4915 quickly sweeping up fuel from that blue alliance wall. They quickly score that in the blue alliance hub at 1 point each. 3826 is trying to have something to say about it. Surf coming in, trying to push them off their mark. They get them trapped underneath the blue tower as that blue shift comes to a close. Some final scores there from the blue alliance players in the outposts. 2 blue robots now free at neutral field. 2903 to Neobots making their way out to the left side of the field for the blue alliance playing defense against the red alliance. They're trying to score some additional fuel in that red alliance hub. Some shots contributed by the red alliance human players as well as that shift now comes to a close. An arc of fuel from 4915 along the wall spreads across the field. Now a second arc as well. They come back with some more fuel in their grasp. They're trying to score fuel against the defense being played by 3826 Surf. They back away now as referees wave off a potential pin count. Surf back again now, up facing Spartronics against the wall as Spartronics scores some fuel in the blue hub. Now in endgame, both alliance hubs now active. Potential 1 point per piece of fuel scored in that hub. When Frida Neobot stuck underneath the red trench, they appear to be connected based on that flashing light. Obviously, they can rejoin. Spartronics, long shots arcing over their blue alliance hub. 3826, that's surf. They're surfing around center field. 2 seconds left. 1. Robots coast to a stop. Scores confirmed by referees. Final results to the Blue Alliance. Final score 123 to 99. A very exciting match there. Coming back from lunch, Blue Alliance does walk away with 4 ranking points, 3 for the win and 1 for the energized ranking point. They scored at least 100 pieces of fuel. We'll be right back with qualification match number 13. In addition, if there's an AJ Smith in the audience, please meet your mother at the snack bar.
Out here on the field is qualification match number 13. Starting off on the red side of the field, please welcome 9442.
They're from Seattle, the Miso Mechanics.
In the middle position, 3786.
From Kentridge High School, the Chargers.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, 3219.
From Auburn High School, that's Tread, Trojan Robotics, Engineering, Art, and Design.
On the blue side of the field, please welcome 3681.
From Nathan Hale High School, the Robo Raiders.
It's a little cold here. It must be 1778.
Out of Mount Lake Terrace High School, Chill Out.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 10K79.
From Buffalo High School, Aerodynamics.
This is qualification match 13. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off qualification match 13 with pieces of fuel making their way to both Alliance hubs, red and blue. Now 3681, 40 Blue Alliance is the Robo Raiders. They score some fuel additionally as well in that Blue Alliance hub. Last score currently in favor of the Blue Alliance as we enter the last few seconds of autonomous, 24 or so to 4. Counters keep counting those fuel as they enter the hub. Regardless, it's going to be a Blue Alliance advantage here in autonomous, meaning a Red Alliance first shift. That shift starts now as the Red Alliance looks to go on the offensive, scoring fuel into their hub. 9442 is the Miso Mechanics out of Seattle. Looks like they get themselves stuck on the neutral zone side of the Red Alliance bump. They now escape that bump and try to make their way up the rear bump along the outer side of the hub. Looks like they're stuck there as well. Hopefully they can maneuver back around and get themselves back into scoring position at a later point in time. But first, a Blue Alliance shift here on the right side of the field. Pieces of fuel making their way into the Blue Alliance hub, courtesy of 10079 Aerodynamics. Now with that scoring shift complete, they go look for additional pieces of fuel on the Blue Alliance side, but not before bumping into 9442 Miso, who is now on the defensive. During the course of that Blue Alliance shift, they bump into the Blue Alliance robots several times, slowing down their scoring effort. Looks like actually 2 Red Alliance robots focusing on defensive strategies at this point in time. The Chargers as well in neutral territory, chasing down Chill Out 1778, now back alive in this match with a full hopper of fuel, or well, at least half full. They got some fuel to carry over to their Blue Alliance shift, which starts now. Robo Raiders at the front of the field, scoring some more fuel. Now here comes Aerodynamics, 10079. Just in front of Aerodynamics was Miso. They were trying to play some defense against that robot, but they got themselves stuck on the blue bump with the assistance of their alliance partner, the Chargers. Both Red Alliance members now free to play defense. As we watch flags wave there from the referee at the bottom right. Possibly some pins flagged there. We'll have to see at the end of the match how those reflect in the final scores. Those final scores coming soon. We've got about 20 seconds or so left in the match. We are deep in our endgame period. Chargers, once again, battling Aerodynamics at center field. Chill Out, fortunately inoperable by the red bump. Miso on the other red bump, also immobile. Final seconds in the match as time comes to a close. Scores confirmed by our referees. Figuring that match to your Blue Alliance. Final score 126 to 19 points. 4 ranking points for that victory go to your Blue Alliance. They scored at least 100 fuel in that Blue Alliance hub, and they earned free ranking points for the win. Aerodynamics remains in 3rd rank. Meanwhile, their other 2 Alliance partners move upwards in their rankings. Again, those rankings continue to shift as we continue through our various matches and Alliance shifts. We'll see what happens in just a little bit. Match 14 on its way next.
Welcome to qualification match 14 on the red side of the field. Please welcome 4180.
From Seattle, let's see, Iron Riders.
Joining them, it's 3268.
They're from Kenmore, that's the Valhalla-bots.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 4512.
From Everett, Otter Chaos.
On the blue side of the field, it's 4682.
They're from Seattle, that's the Psy Bears.
Joining them in the middle position, I can almost hear the stampede. It must be 3070.
From Shoreline, Washington, Team Pronto.
In the final position, it's 2194.
From Sammamish, Pack of Parts.
qualification match number 14 here at the Pacific Northwest Bonnie Lake event. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here in qualification match 14 of the PNW Glacier Peak District event. We've got some fuel being scored in the red and blue Alliance hubs. Red Alliance quickly scoring some fuel at 1 point apiece. They quickly enter the lead here in this match. Cybears lining up now with some fuel in the neutral zone. Looks like our live score currently is in favor of the Red Alliance. They've scored some additional fuel in that autonomous period. So the first shift will belong to the Blue Alliance. That shift begins now. We've got 2 Blue Alliance robots in blue territory, and as I say it at 4682, the Cybears now remains the only robot in Blue Alliance territory. Pronto comes to join them. They've got fuel in their grasp. Looks like Pack of Parts perhaps trying to pass fuel from the neutral zone to their Alliance partners to score. On that occasion, looks like the Cybears, the only member of the Alliance to actually score fuel in the hub, but they can begin to stockpile fuel for a later date. Meanwhile, lots of traffic in the top left corner of the field. In Red Alliance territory, we got robots pushed against robots. We got someone up against the Alliance well. That's 45-12 Otter Chaos, stuck on some fuel against the Alliance wall. As their red shift comes to a close, little to no fuel scored on that occasion. Blue Alliance now in the lead at this point. Pack of Parts continuing to pass fuel from the neutral zone towards the Blue Alliance. Here comes Iron Riders over on the left side of the field. They launched some fuel towards the red hub, but you might notice those lights are not illuminated. That red hub is not yet active. Now it is. And now with those lights on, any fuel scored in that hub worth 1 point apiece. 32-68, looks like they may be caught up, tilted on one of the bumps, not being able to maneuver very well, but still attempting to launch fuel. They are technically in their Alliance zone, so they are able to score fuel through that Alliance hub. Now 2 shots coming from the Red Alliance team players as well, a third from the outpost as we enter our endgame period. Under 30 seconds to play. 46-82 is the Cybears for the Blue Alliance. They make their way from the neutral zone along the front of the field towards the Blue Alliance zone. They launch fuel towards the direction of that Blue Alliance hub. One final shot from the Red Alliance team player in the outpost. 30-70 lining up with that low rung at the blue ladder on the right side. Will they make it up into the air? 1294, they're readying a hook as well. Will they climb up on the bar? Pronto falls to the floor. Hopefully we might see more climbs later on, but on this occasion, they do end up ultimately on the playing field floor. With those scores confirmed, we do have a Blue Alliance win. Final score, very close, 55-46. That's going to be 3 ranking points for that victory to your Blue Alliance as they move upwards in our rankings.
Qualification match number 15 out here on the field. Let's start with the red side. Please welcome 9036.
They're from Bellevue, Washington. That's Ramen Robotics.
Joining them in the middle position, it's 4579.
From Federal Way, the Robo Eagles.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 9317.
They're from Redmond, the Steam Rollers.
On the blue side, please make some noise. It's 2980.
Out of Oak Harbor, the Whidbey Island Wildcats.
In the middle position, 5941.
From Everett, Washington, the Cast Iron Orcas.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, certainly not least, it's 2910.
We're just down the road in Mill Creek, Washington. Jack in the Bot.
Qualification match number 15 here at the Pacific Northwest District Glacier Peak event. We're going to get the field buttoned up and we'll get this match underway in just a moment. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 15 underway. Some quick shots from the Blue Alliance. They score plenty of fuel up there. 29-10, Jack in the Bot passing from the neutral zone. And now score some shots of their own along the back corner. They make their way towards the tower. Red Alliance human scoring fuel as well. A couple of shots make their way into the top of that Red Alliance hub. In the end, their live score out of Autonomous, a 2-point difference in favor of Red for the moment. Looks like Red did, in fact, score more fuel in that Autonomous period than Blue. So Blue will start with the first offensive shift, but again, not by much, as Jack in the Bot spreads fuel all over the place across AV, across the scoring table, all along the backside of the field. That all gets redistributed back into the field by our field crew. Points difference now 1 point, the margin between our two Alliance scores. We shall have to see if either Alliance is able to score fuel while their hub is active. Jack in the Bot trying to sweep fuel from the neutral zone towards their side of the field. Again, spraying it all along the backside of the field. Now some long shots from Jack in the Bot as we enter a Red Alliance shift. There on the left side of the field, Ramen Robotics arching some shots over into the Red Alliance hub. 1 point apiece. I saw at least 5 fuel scored there. They're almost halfway to their bonus rank point for the energized bonus if they can score 100 total in the course of this match. We're back on the Blue Alliance side now. Jack in the Bot on the offensive, looking to score some of the fuel that they've gathered into that Blue Alliance hub. You see the lights illuminated and active, 1 point apiece, as a large tidal wave of fuel enters its way into the Blue Alliance hub. They're assisted by 5941, their alliance partner, the Cast Iron Orcas, scoring some fuel as that blue shift comes to a close, and off we go to the Red Alliance side of the field again as they spray the head referee in fuel. Lots of fuel flying at high speed across the field, courtesy of Jack in the Bot and friends. But as the Red Alliance makes their way around their side of the field, on the left far side of the field, you got Ramen Robotics shaking back and forth as they launch fuel into that Red Alliance hub. Under 30 seconds to play now here in the match as both hubs become active, and another large cascade of fuel makes its way from Jack in the Bot into that Blue Alliance hub. They are still behind in the live score. 86-79, our current score. With just a few seconds left, we now put our attention over towards the red side of the field. Ramen Robotics with a hook in the air. They approach the red tower. Will they make it in the air? They appear to get just off the carpet. our referees have the final say on if that is officially a climb. That might add some valuable points to a very tight live score margin. Scores confirmed by our referees. Once again, these scores were very close throughout the match. But in the end, the Red Alliance takes away the win. 103-90, your final score. 3 ranking points for that victory go to your Red Alliance. The Steamrollers stay where they are in 5th. Their other 2 Alliance Riders move upwards in the rankings. That was absolute chaos of a match. We'll have to see what's left in store as we make our way to qualification match number 16.
Qualification match number 16 out here on the field. Please welcome 1778.
From Mount Lake Terrace, Chill Out.
Joining them in the middle position is 3826.
The Squim Robotics Federation, or SURF.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it is 7427. 7627.
Currently in rank 4, Bearcat Robotics.
On the blue side of the field, it is none other than 9442.
They're from Seattle, the Miso Mechanics.
In the middle position, what time is it? It's 488.
Also from Seattle, Team Xbot.
Rounding out your blue alliance, it's 8051.
From Tequila, Tank Rex.
Qualification match 16. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking things off with a stream of fuel towards both our red and blue Alliance hubs, and that nice, neat rectangle of fuel immediately demolished by robots in the neutral zone. Looks like Chillout's going to end their autonomous vaguely near the red trench, but up against one of our field elements. Live score of autonomous just in favor of the blue Alliance by just a little bit, 30-22. That means they've scored more fuel in autonomous, so our first offensive shift will go to the red Alliance. That shift on now. Looks like all three red Alliance robots, however, looking to score some additional fuel from the neutral zone. Chill Out now unstuck. They sweep fuel along the back wall underneath the trench towards their Alliance side. This is going to be Bearcat, it appears, on the red side, scoring some fuel in the final moments of that red shift. They've narrowed the gap down to just 6 pieces of fuel, and here come the blue Alliance teams now. Humans launching fuel towards their hub. A couple of pieces go in, they add to their score. Here comes 8051, a Tank Rex in the blue and purple lights. They grind up against that tower, getting pushed against by 3826 Surf. 3826 continuing the defense here, as now they get shoved over the bump and back into neutral territory they go. Misa Mechanics, they ramp up and over the red bump. They're now in red territory, pushing up against Bearcat. We've seen them be the strongest offensive power here of this red side, scoring most of the fuel through that red hub. And they spend the rest of that shift getting defended against. No fuel scored in the hub on that turn. Blue Alliance hub active again. Surf continuing to score, or push defense rather, against Tank Rex. They push them all the way out to center field. And here comes Surf again. Now they have their eyes set on 488 Team Xbot. Final whistle blows just under 30 seconds, actually now about 22, for both Alliance hubs to be active. Surf continuing to push against Tank Rex. Both of those robots at center field. Now against the front wall they go, as Tank Rex, well, they briefly escaped out to their own territory, but back out to neutral they go. Bearcat scoring some final fuel in the direction of the red hub. Unfortunately, it looks like some of that did not go in, and we end the match with 3 robots, 2 blue and 1 red, out in center field. Referees give the thumbs up on those scores, so up on the big board. Victory to the Blue Alliance in that match. 55-34 the final tally, and a fairly close match, and free making points again go to the victors, the Blue Alliance, as Xbot and Tank Rex move up in the ranks.
Qualification match number 17. Please welcome your host, Team 2930.
From right here at this school, it's the Sonic Squirrels.
Joining them, 3681.
They're from Seattle, the Robo Raiders.
And 3219.
From Auburn, that's Tread, Children Robotics, Engineering, Art, and Design.
On the blue side of the field, 2522.
From Buffalo, Washington, the Royal Robotics.
And 3786.
They're from Kent, that's the Chargers.
Filling out the final position on the blue side, it's 4512.
They're from Everett, Otter Chaos.
Qualification match number 17 here at the Pacific Northwest Glacier Peak event. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Our race car finally gets the green light, and we are ready to play qualification match 17. First, it was the Blue Alliance that dipped in the neutral zone. Looks like that was Royal Robotics. They spray all of that fuel along the front wall into the crowd. Then it was the Red Alliance who took some fuel from the center neutral zone. Believe that was 2930 to Sonic Squirrels, who snuck in and grabbed some fuel there at the Red Alliance hub. They ultimately did score more fuel in Autonomous than Blue, so Blue Alliance starts off with the first offensive shift. Royal Robotics and the Chargers, both in blue territory, and as I say that, the Chargers make their way out towards neutral. Royal Robotics now scoring additional fuel in the top of the Blue Alliance goal. Several pieces of fuel making their way in. They make their way towards the back right corner, trying to clean things up, grab what fuel they can, as active control now makes its way over the red side. As we make our way over to the red side, take note of the neutral zone. Several mobile robots, 2930 to Sonic Squirrels, were stuck on fuel. But with the help of their alliance partners, they do manage to get unstuck, and they are back now in red territory, scoring some fuel at 1 point apiece in that red hub. Squirrels now back in the neutral zone. They ramp up off the bump, and as that shift expires, they grab additional fuel for the Red Alliance. Now 45-12, Otter Chaos back to life. They make their way back into the Blue Alliance zone, and they add to the scoring effort. They join Royals in scoring fuel in large arcs towards the top of that Blue Alliance hub. More fuel entering the top of the Blue hub as the lights flash. 32-19 Shred for the Red Alliance, attempting to do some defense. They slowed them down a little bit, but the Blue Alliance does manage to score some fuel. They currently hold a lead, 138-42, your current unofficial score. Royal Robotics has some interesting moves here. Their hub not yet active, yet they did try to score some fuel towards that blue hub. Now they're back in the neutral zone, passing it towards their lights. Now Otter Chaos as well, scoring in an inactive hub. That hub now active. Perhaps they need to work on their timing just a little bit. But with under 30 seconds to play, now both hubs active. The Chargers continuing to play defense on the red side. They bump against the Squirrels now as they try to slow the offensive output of that machine. Both robots in the vicinity of the red hub. They have to watch out as the red hub does vent out excess fuel on into the neutral zone from that side. Final seconds, Royal Robotics grab a hold of the rung And if I'm not mistaken, they do appear to be hanging off that tower. We'll see what our referees have to say about that in just a moment. And with a thumbs up, looks like our scores are ready to go. Blue Alliance with the victory in that match. Final score, 198-55. With 4 ranking points for that victory, 3 from the win itself and 1 from the energized ranking point. They scored at least 100 pieces of fuel in that hub. Note the 10 tower points as well for that level 1 climb, courtesy of Royal Robotics. Some excellent work there from both alliances in that match as we make our way onwards to match number 18.
Welcome to qualification match 18. Please welcome 1899.
Saints Robotics.
Joining them, it's 10K79.
Aerodynamics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 4131.
The Iron Patriots.
On the blue side of the field, that must be 4579.
Robo Eagles.
Joining them in the middle position, 4682.
Cybers.
And rounding out your blue alliance, it's team 2910.
Jack in the box.
qualification match number 18 out here on the field. This is the Pacific Northwest Glacier Peak event. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off match number 18, 3 robots in the neutral zone. Jack and the Bot, unfortunately, looks like they're stuck up near the blue bump. I'm going to take a pause, activating their A stop here for this match. Plenty of fuel making its way in the direction of the Red Alliance hub. Some of those shots even making it in, 1 point apiece. We see from those circulating red lights that Red Alliance had the higher autonomous score of fuel in that shift, or in that autonomous period, rather. So we're going to see a Blue Alliance opening offensive shift. A stream of fuel coming from Jack and the Bot, Team 2910. Now a second wave of fuel making its way out of the field along the back wall. They're doing their best to pass fuel all the way along from the neutral zone, or even further out towards their blue side, so that perhaps on their next offensive shift they could potentially score it in the blue hub. But meanwhile, that blue shift does expire, and we make our way back to the red side of the field. A pile of fuel making its way up in the Red Alliance hub. One shot of fuel also made its way out towards the back corner. Now a second piece of fuel towards our field crew. Everyone looks okay. They return that fuel back to the field. That sound means that we're back to the Blue Alliance side of the field as we watch humans attempt to score shots from just away from the Alliance wall into the blue hub. Now the FJ head ref once again fired upon with fuel. Talking about lining up, one shot of fuel just over. It lands outside the field again. 45, 79, and 46, 82. Those other two Blue Alliance members attempting to score as well. Talking about another shower of fuel out in the Blue Alliance territory. Most of that lands in the blue carpet, one just over the field wall. Attention back to the Red Alliance side of the field again. Many more shots of fuel making their way into the Red Alliance hub. And 46-82, the Cyber attempting to play some interference. They bump into aerodynamics, 10079. They now make their way back home to join their Alliance partners in our endgame shift. 20 seconds or so left on the clock, and another shower blast of fuel from 2910 makes its way into the air, but not into the top of the hub. Some initial red fuel makes its way into the Red Alliance hub, courtesy of, I believe, Saints Robotics 1899. Another shower goes vertically up from Jack in the Bot. Unfortunately, lands just shy of the hub. Score is now confirmed from that last match. Red Alliance victory. 130-60, your final score in favor of the Red Alliance. They earned 4 ranking points. 1 for the energized bonus. They scored at least 100 pieces of fuel. Free for the win. They move upwards in the rankings. Aerodynamics remains in 3rd. We're right back in match 19.
Welcome to qualification match number 19 out here on the field. Up first, it's 29-80.
The Whidbey Island Wildcats.
Joining them, it's 49-15.
Currently your second-ranked team, Spartronics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 12-94.
Pack of Parts.
On the blue side of the field, please welcome 41-80.
The Iron Riders.
Joining them, 93-17.
The Steamrollers.
And I almost missed them, but it's 40-89.
Currently your number 1 ranked team, Stealth Robotics.
Qualification match 19. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
It's still fairly early on in our event thus far, but at any point in time, a number 1 versus number 2 match should be fairly exciting. Fuel making its way towards either Alliance hub. At the bottom right corner, it looks like 4180. Or no, correction, that's 4089 of the Blue Alliance scoring fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. Looks like with that final volley of fuel, they did ultimately score more fuel in Autonomous. So the Blue Alliance goes a little bit of a break, and the Red Alliance gets the first shift here in match number 19. 4089 Stealth Robotics, they're scooping up fuel along the rear wall, briefly bumping into Spartronics, your number 2 ranked team. Spartronics was briefly stuck on some fuel, but now off playing defense against Stealth Robotics. It's an interesting maneuver for them, as we've historically seen them across this event scoring fuel. They now freed their alliance partner, 1294, and now released from the clutches of the bump. We're on a Blue Alliance shift now as Stealth Robotics attempts to score fuel in the direction of the activated blue hub. And now it appears only Iron Patriots in the bottom right corner will remain in the Blue Alliance zone during the final seconds of that blue shift. Red Alliance side of the field now. Some interesting chaos here. Free red robots in the vicinity of the red hub, but no fuel has yet to enter the red hub. Let's jump on top of that goal. Instead, Spartronics continue to play defense. They now bump into 4180 as the Blue Alliance goes on shift once more. Now up against the Blue Alliance bump, now at the blue tower. These robots maneuvering all over blue territory. 2 blue robots deep in red territory while it's still their shift. 93-17 now. Steamrollers making their way across the bump, flying across to the Blue Alliance side of the field. 26 seconds left as we enter endgame. Keep an eye out on those protected zones near the tower. They could become precarious if robots come into contact, especially if they're in the air. Speaking of in the air, pack of parts of a hook deployed. They approach that lower rung. Will they be able to make it up off the ground 5 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. A lot of chaos in that match. Robots driving all over the playing field surface and ending up in places you might not expect. We'll have to see what that means for our scores in just a moment. Scores confirmed by our referees. And the sand shows a Blue Alliance victory. 96-18 points is your final score. Free ranking points for that victory go to your Blue Alliance. That does, however, drop Stealth Robotics down from the first chair to rank 2. And the Steamrollers remain in 7th. Iron Riders move upwards in our ranks.
Qualification match number 20 out here on the field. Please welcome 3070.
Team Pronto.
Joining them, 9036.
Ramen Robotics.
And filling in the last position, 59-41.
The cast iron Orcas.
On the blue side of the field, it's 29-03.
Neobots.
41-73.
Barkbots.
And 32-68.
The Valhalla bots.
Qualification match 20. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking things off in qualification match 20. We're just about a third of the way through our qualification matches. 2 red robots in red territory. 1 red robot ends their autonomous apparently in the neutral zone. That's going to be 3070 Team Pronto. No, yes, I can read. Reading aside, we've got just about 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play here in Teleop. The drivers at the controls. Looks like Red Alliance scored more fuel on that, or in that autonomous period. So we'll start with a Blue Alliance offensive shift, as both alliances aim to earn at least 1 ranking point if they can score at least 100 fuel in their hubs. For the Red Alliance, can't quite tell what number that is. Appears to be obscured underneath their fuel. Some Red Alliance machine, I believe that's 5941, the cast iron Orcas. Are maneuvering around center field. They now make their way underneath the trench just in time for the Red Alliance shift. Neobots attempting to play interference for the Blue Alliance. They bump up against Ramen. And now get in the way of Pronto as both those machines attempt to score fuel in the Red Alliance hub. Red Alliance hub flashing to gain the final moments of that Red Alliance shift, and we make our way now back towards the right side for the Blue Alliance. High arcs for fuel from the front to back. Can't quite tell who's launching that from the front side. Believe that could be the Neobots? No, they're over there on the far left side of the field. So it'll have to be 4173, the Barkbots, scoring fuel from that front side of the field. With that shift closed, we now make our way back towards the Red Alliance half for one of our final Alliance-specific shifts of this match. We got Red Robot piled on top of Blue Robot. Blue Robot, again, pushing defense. That's the Neobots trying to push and interfere with both Pronto and Ramen Robotics of the Red Alliance. Looks like the cast iron Orca's status light is flashing. They currently remain disconnected. Hoping they can reconnect within the remaining 22 seconds of this match. Some final long-range shots front to back from Barkbots. Neobots quickly make their way over the blue bump back to Blue Alliance territory. Pronto getting some final shots towards the Red Alliance goal. They now make their way over to the Red Alliance top left corner. More fuel on their way. Meanwhile, Ramen Robotics in the air, final seconds. Ramen appears to make it up in the air, but again, that'll be a judgment call from our referees. They'll finalize those scores, and we'll have those results to you in a moment. Referees give the all clear on our final scores. Red Alliance with the victory in that match. 106-44, your final score with free ranking points for that victory to your Red Alliance. That moves Pronto upwards in the ranks as well as Cast Iron Orcas, 15th and 18th respectively. Ramen Box remains at 9 for the moment. We'll see what happens in qualification match 21.
Qualification match number 21. Please welcome 94-42.
That's Miso Mechanics.
Joining them in the middle position, it's Team 29-10.
Jack in the box.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 17-78.
That's Chill Out.
On the blue side of the field, it's 41-31.
The Iron Patriots.
29-30.
Your hosts, the Sonic Squirrels.
And 45-12.
Otter Chaos.
Qualification match number 21. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 21 underway. Red Alliance passing some fuel from the center neutral zone towards their side of the field. Blue Alliance doing the same as well. So this is going to be the Sonic Squirrels for the Blue Alliance, scoring fuel in their hub. Jack in the Bot up near against the rear wall now as the final seconds of Autonomous expire. Blue Alliance have a slight lead here out of Autonomous. That's going to mean that we start with a Red Alliance shift in just a few seconds. Some final pieces of fuel scored, and now there goes the shift. Red Alliance on the clock, and it looks like we do unfortunately have a Red Alliance robot immobile, disconnected with a flashing status light in their drive station. That's going to be 9442 Miso Mechanics. Chill Out maneuvering around center field, so they're trying to sweep in a fuel from the neutral zone towards the red side of the field, and now with that sound, we shift back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. The Watch's Jack in the Bot does launch some fuel all the way from the neutral zone, in the far side of the neutral zone at that, over to their side of the field in preparation for their next shift, starting in just 7 seconds. 4-12, Otter Chaos launches some arcs of fuel towards that blue goal. And as the lights start to flash, they get some valuable points scored. But Red Alliance does take the lead for the moment. It is fairly close as the counters continue to count fuel, but they do now solidly take the lead, 110 to 92, and that is continued to be affirmed by another stream of fuel courtesy of Jack in the Bot 2910. Under a minute left to play now as we shift back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Chill Out continuing to push fuel underneath along the ground under the red trench. Chill Out, or rather Jack in the Bot, arcing fuel over the red hub and trench. That results in all the fuel being hoarded in the Red Alliance side of the field as we approach endgame. 3 seconds left in this Blue Alliance shift. Humans launching fuel towards the blue hub, and there's the whistle now. 30 seconds left, and both hubs are now active. Red Alliance again scoring fuel into their hub. Here comes Jack in the Bot. They sweep up fuel from the top left corner. Some of that fuel making its way into the Red Alliance hub, and they now have a solid lead, 207 to 161, your current live score. With 10 seconds left on the clock, Blue Alliance scoring fuel as well. Your host, Sonic Squirrels, 2930. They grab some fuel as well, launching it towards the blue hub. Some final shots from Otter Chaos as time expires. Referees give the all clear on that match in a very close match. Red Alliance takes the victory in an exchange that saw the win switch hands multiple times. In the end, it's an event high score. No penalty points added to that total. 254 points, a fairly cheesy score as our new event high score here at the Glacier Peak District event. All three of those Red Alliance teams move upwards in the ranks. Well done to the Blue Alliance as well. They put up a valiant effort, 188 points. With both alliances earning the Energized ranking point bonus, they scored at least 100 pieces of fuel in that hub. And also the Red Alliance does walk away with the free ranking points for the victory. Onwards to match number 22.
Let's meet the teams for qualification match number 22. Please welcome 7627.
Bearcat Robotics.
4180.
Iron Riders.
And 4579.
Robo Eagles.
On the blue side of the field, 1899.
Saints Robotics.
8051.
Tinkrex.
And 3219.
Shred Trojan Robotics Engineering Art and Design.
Qualification match number 22. We're here at the Pacific Northwest District Glacier Peak event. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Robots enter autonomous, pre-programmed instructions and sensors to absolutely destroy our nicely organized central storage of fuel. Lots of fuel getting scored in the Red Alliance hub. Some shots fired as well towards the direction of the Blue Alliance hub. A fairly tight score in autonomous. Looks like that was separated by just one piece of fuel. But in the end, the Red Alliance ultimately did score more fuel in autonomous. So our first offensive shift will go to the Blue Alliance as their hub illuminates and becomes active. 3219 is Tread. They're near the opening of the Blue Alliance hub in the neutral zone. They grab a couple pieces of fuel. It looks like they're now on the defensive as they dive into red territory. 8051 is Tinkrex. They appear to launch some fuel in the direction of the blue hub. Just as that activation expires, we make our way back to the Red Alliance side on the left side of the field. Bearcat Robotics is team 7627. They're gathering fuel up in the top left corner. Looks like they got some of the pre-staged fuel there in that boxed off area on the carpet. And now launch it in the direction of the red hub, but that's just as the shift comes to a close. We make our way back now to the blue side as their hub lights up and is ready for action. 3219, the Tread now back in neutral territory. They look to potentially slow down these two Red Alliance robots out in the neutral zone as they attempt to gather fuel. Now another Blue Alliance robot joins them, 1899 Saints Robotics. I see some sort of roller dangling in their machine. Perhaps their machine is out of commission in terms of offensive scoring for the moment. 45 seconds left on the clock as we enter a Red Alliance shift. 10 seconds or so left on the timer on that one. From the back corner, looks like that's Bearcat Robotics again scoring in the direction of the red hub. Unfortunately, a Blue Alliance machine, Saints Robotics, stuck on a red bump as we enter the last 30 seconds of the match. Endgame shift begins. Both Alliance hubs active. Tank Rex continuing to score additional pieces of fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. Here comes a Blue Alliance machine that's looks like Shred. They bump into a Red Alliance machine by the red trench. Interesting position there. They now move to free their partner from the red bump. Saints Robotics now free and ready to go head back home as the match comes to a close. Referees give the thumbs up of our scorers being ready. So in just a moment, race car reveals a Blue Alliance victory. Final score 73-55 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Free ranking points for that win, and that makes all free Blue Alliance members move upwards in our ranks. Match 23 on its way next.
Qualification match number 23 on the field. With the red side, please welcome 93-17.
That's the Steamrollers.
Joining them, 25-22.
Royal Robotics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 46-82.
The Cybears.
We'll go the long way around. On the blue side of the field, you can hear the stampede. It must be 30-70.
Team Pronto.
Joining them, 38-26.
The Squim Robotics Federation, or SURF.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 41-73.
Bark Bots.
qualification match number 23, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 23 begins with 2 Red Alliance robots scooping up plenty of fuel from the neutral zone. And I'll look to score that fuel. Believe that's Royal Robotics and the Cybers. They give up some fuel for the Red Alliance. And as Autonomous comes to a close, live score in favor of Red, 46-11. And that'll give the Blue Alliance the first shift of the teleop period. Here it is now, 25 seconds or so of scoring opportunity in the Blue Alliance shift at 1 point apiece. Meanwhile, at center field, Royal Robotics, they pass fuel from the neutral zone. They sweep it up and send it towards the red side of the field, up against the defense played by 3826 Surf. Robotics from the Squim Robotics Federation. They play some more defense now as the Red Alliance enters their first Alliance-specific shift, that hub illuminated on the left side. As we watch fuel enter the opening at 1 point apiece for each bit of fuel, and enters the open top of the goal. A whole pallet of fuel scooped in now by the Cybers underneath the red trench on the far rear side of the field, and now a lesser amount, but still plenty of fuel scooped into the Red Alliance side. Royal Robotics continues to pass as we enter a Blue Alliance shift. 10 seconds left in the Blue Alliance period. It looks like a blue machine. It looks like Pronto, unfortunately, caught stuck on some fuel just in front of the Red Alliance bump at the rear of the field. Red Alliance back on the clock for the next 20 seconds or so as we approach endgame. The Blue Alliance working to free their partner. Pronto is freed, but Surf now stuck on the bump. Pronto returns, gets Surf and themselves over that last little hump. 4 seconds left in this period. Now some collisions between 4682, the Cybers, and 4173, the Barkbots. Leaves neither robot worse for wear, but they did end up briefly on 2 of their wheels. 15 seconds or a little bit more actually on the clock now as the Red Alliance continues to score fuel in their hub. They currently hold a lead in this match. Pronto returned back to base. They're looking around some final bits of fuel as time expires. Referees confirm the scores in match number 23. Victory to your Red Alliance with final score, a new event high score of 255-19. That is with 5 added points of penalty due to a minor violation committed by the Blue Alliance. That does result in 4 ranking points to your Red Alliance, 3 for the win and 1 for the energized bonus for scoring at least 100 pieces of fuel. That moves the Steam Rollers to rank 4. Royals remains in 3rd, and Cybers up to 12th.
qualification match number 24. Please welcome 488.
It's time for Team Xbot.
2903.
That's the Neobots.
And 3786.
They are the Chargers.
On the blue side of the field, it's 4089.
Stealth Robotics.
Joining them, 2980.
The Whidbey Island Wildcats.
And 10K79.
Aerodynamics.
Qualification match number 24. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking things off again now with 2 robots in the neutral zone. 489 Stealth Robotics, they've been firing off fuel fairly well here over the past few matches, and they now do make their way towards the blue hub vaguely. Like a scoring effort there from 1,079 as well adds to their scoring effort. They do ultimately walk away with the most fuel scored in autonomous of the 2 sides here. And so we begin with a red alliance-specific shift and some very loud belts from the Blue Alliance's Whidbey Island Wildcats. Over the loud noises here on the field between the robots and the hubs, we watch, and on the left side of the field, an active hub remains unfueled. Final lights flashing there in the Red Alliance period. We make our way down to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Fuel making its way into the Blue Alliance hub from both humans and a 10,000 or 1,079. We've been on Wildcats. They make a racket as they chase around some blue fuel there in the corner of the bottom left or bottom right side of the field. Final moments in the Blue Alliance period as that light now flashes and expires. Red Alliance, some humans scoring fuel in the direction of the hub. Many of those going in for 1 point per shot. 4089 is Stealth Robotics. We've seen them previously on the offensive force for their respective alliance. Looks like on this occasion they'll be doing some defense as they bump up against various Red Alliance machines. Blue Alliance shift now. Lights illuminated on the blue hub on the right side of the field. 1,079. They're chased down by the Chargers in yellow and red. Now the Chargers put their attention towards Stealth. Now back to the aerodynamics machine. Neobots pushing against Stealth. They've got just a few pieces of fuel in their grasp. Under 30 seconds to play. We're in endgame as Whidbey Island finds a little bit of air near the vicinity of the blue bump. Some pushing and shoving the front of the field in front of one of our referees. That's Stealth versus Chargers as Chargers ends up on some fuel. Whidbey Island Wildcats makes their way towards the blue tower. They make their way up into the air, wheels up over the ground. Will their bumpers clear the low rung? That's a decision for our referees. A possible 10-point bonus if they're off the carpet. A possible 20-point bonus if their bumpers are fully clear of that low rung. We'll leave it to our referees to finalize our scores in an exciting climb there in endgame. with climbs and everything added to their score. Final result, a Blue Alliance victory. 116 to 75, your final score in favor of the Blue Alliance. We will note the 10 bonus points there for the tower as the climb was assessed at a level 1. The bumpers ultimately did not clear the lower rung of the tower, but still a remarkable achievement there as they curl up and over into a possible higher level climb we'll see potentially later on in our future qualification matches. Once again, excellent effort there from both alliances, and especially the Blue Alliance, who does walk away with the free ranking points for the win. Whidbey Island moves upwards in our ranks. They're at 22. Stealth and Aerodynamics have nowhere else to move. They're at ranks 1 and 2. So we shall have to see if they're able to hold on to those positions as we make our way onwards to qualification match 25.
Qualification match 25. Please welcome 1294.
That's Pack of Parts.
5941.
The Cast Iron Orcas.
And 3268.
The Valhalla Bots.
On the blue side of the field, it's 4915.
Spartronics.
9036.
Ramen Robotics.
And 3681.
The Robo Raiders.
Qualification match 25 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Maneuvering our way along the field from bottom to top is the Blue Alliances. I believe that's Robin Robotics, 9036. Electronics does make their way in autonomous underneath their blue. Whatchamacallit? It's a trench. It's called a trench. Their frame does look a little bit beat up, though. However, they did ultimately score as the Alliance the most fuel in autonomous. So we do make our way over for a Red Alliance Pacific shift. 3681 for the Blue Alliance, attempting to pass fuel along the rear wall. That does ultimately end up outside of the field. That's the Robo Raiders. Spartronics continuing to collect fuel at the center of the field as we make our way towards a Blue Alliance shift. Pack aparts trying to play some defense, slowing down the scoring of the Blue Alliance machines. Here comes Spartronics. They score from the Alliance wall on the far right side of the field. 3681 Robo Raiders scoring as well in the blue hub, and Ramen as well. These long strands of yellow fuel making their way into the hub. Now, if a Red Alliance shifts, that hub becomes active on the left side of the field, and most of our attention turns towards that direction. Well, as I say that, 2 of 3 Blue Alliance robots actually on the right side of the center line. And Spartronics as well, they did some circles, now scooping up additional fuel to score in their bent, misshapen hopper. Pack parts back on the defensive as we enter a Blue Alliance hub activation. Blue Alliance shift. They've got 13 seconds left on the clock, continuing to score fuel in that Blue Alliance hub. 7 seconds left until we approach our end game period. Blue Alliance currently in the lead. There's the whistle now in end game, 180-49. We shall have to see if Ramen opts to continue scoring fuel or make their way up the tower. On the left side of the field, we got our Red Alliance teams. They're looking to score a few more pieces of fuel in the Red Alliance hub. 1, 2, 3 shots good. 3 points added to their score. Ramen Robotics on the right side of the field, they grab a hold of the blue tower and they end up off the playing field floor. Referees say our scores are all good. Victory in that match to the Blue Alliance. Final score 233-60. 4 ranking points for that victory, 3 for the win, and 1 for the energized bonus. They scored at least 100 pieces of fuel in their hub. As we make our way onwards to match 26, all 3 of our Blue Alliance teams move up in the rankings. Rank 4, rank 6, and rank 9.
Qualification match number 26. Please welcome 45-12.
Otter Chaos.
41-73.
That's BarkBots.
And 17-78.
Chill out.
On the blue side of the field, it's 41-31.
The Iron Patriots.
29-10.
Jack in the bot.
And 41-80.
The Iron Riders.
Qualification match number 26 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Jack in the bot very quick at the start of the match there, making her way out into the neutral zone. They scoop up a few pieces of fuel. Now they make their way back towards the pre-stage fuel, scored on along the Alliance wall. As quickly scored in the Blue Alliance hub. Some shots made by the Red Alliance human players in the red outpost at the bottom left. And actually puts our live score fairly close. 16-13 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Just a few pieces of fuel scored extra. With our first Alliance shift, we make our way over to the Red Alliance side of the field, where there are actually no Red Alliance robots at this point in time. As I say that, several pieces of fuel, well, make their way first from the Red Alliance side of the field into Chill Out and Otter Chaos into the Red Alliance hub, but also courtesy Jack in the Bot, all the way along the Blue Alliance, or the far scoring table side of the field, absolutely battering all of the field staff on this side of the field. Anyway, it's their turn to play. Jack in the Bot launches fuel towards the direction of the Blue Alliance hub and towards field reset. Fuel flying all over the place here in this game rebuilt presented by Haas. Iron Riders, unfortunately, not seemingly connected, or, well, they're connected, they're enabled, but seemingly immobile, rather, at this point in front of the Blue Alliance hub. As we return to a Red Alliance shift, those lights active on the red side, and Jackenbot returns back to passing fuel from the neutral zone to vaguely the direction of the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance attempting to score additional fuel. That's Otter Chaos 45-12. They score several pieces of fuel in that Red Alliance hub. And now both alliances have exceeded the 100 fuel threshold for that energized bonus. So both alliances will be walking with at least one ranking point. Their next target is 360 fuel through their alliance hub. We shall have to see if either alliance is able to exceed that threshold. Jack in the Bot chasing down some excess fuel along the back wall underneath their blue tower as we enter the last 23 seconds of the match. Now some more fuel from Jack in the Bot into the Blue Alliance hub. Chill out. They return in the neutral zone. They've got a piece of fuel in between a gap in their bumpers. They return now towards the red side of the field. 41-73. The Bark Bots, they sweep some final pieces of fuel along the wall as the match comes to a close. Referees once again give the all clear thumbs up on those scores. They show Blue with the win here in match number 26. Final score separated by 20 pieces of fuel, 200 to 180. Your final score. As I mentioned earlier, both alliances walk away with one ranking point for the energized bonus. 3 ranking points for the victory go to each of those Blue Alliance teams, moving them upwards in the ranks.
Qualification match number 27 out here on the field. But before we meet our teams in just a few short matches at the conclusion of qualification match number 30, we're scheduled to take a 20-minute break. We will be reducing that to 10 minutes. The break that is happening after qualification match number 30 has been reduced to 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Please welcome 2980.
The Whidbey Island Wildcats.
Joining them, it's 1899.
Saints Robotics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 2903.
The Neobots.
On the blue side of the field, 93-17.
Steamrollers.
In the middle position, it's your host, Team 2930.
The Sonic Squirrels.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, nope, Blue Alliance, what time is it? It's 4:88.
Team Xbox.
Qualification match number 27. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go again. Lots of fuel in the direction of the Blue Alliance hub. As the Sonic Squirrels, your host, 2930, make their way over to Blue Bump. Out of the neutral zone, they've scooped up a lot of fuel. Will it make its way to the Blue Alliance hopper? Let's find out. Two minutes and 17 seconds of tally-up on the clock. And we look to see on the left side, the Red Alliance will start with an active hub shift to start out the match. And the quite lovely, lovable, affectionate din and rattle of the Whidbey Island machine makes its way along the left side of the field, scooping up fuel, making its way towards the Red Alliance hub. Here comes the Blue Alliance shift now with their Alliance hub active. They've got some fuel making its way into the Blue Alliance hub. Not as much as one would maybe hope, but still some shots on target there in the Blue Alliance hub. And they're 3/4 of the way there to that 100 fuel ranking point bonus threshold. We're back on the Red Alliance side of the field. Whidbey Wildcats appear to be doing some circles. They were briefly stuck on some fuel, but now their loud noises make their way back on over to the Red Alliance side of the field. Unfortunately, their alliance partner, the Neobots, also dead at center field, also tipped on some wheels on top of a piece of fuel. We're back on the clock with the Blue Alliance now. Sonic Squirrels gathering more fuel to stash away in their Blue Alliance hub. They grab stuff from just underneath the tower. 488 Team Xbot also seemingly immobile by the base of the Blue hub. Whidbey Island, they do their best to try to free their alliance partner. With under 30 seconds left to go, they make their way underneath or over the red bump back into Red Alliance territory. Will we see them climb again? They're lining up with the red tower on the left side. Some final shots from the Sonic Squirrels. 7 seconds left now on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Whidbey seemingly up in the air. Bumpers again not just quite, just not over that lower rung, but possibly still good for some bonus climb points. We will see once the referees finalize these scores. Speaking of, those scores do appear to be final. So in just a moment. Blue Alliance walks away with the victory. Final score 114-39. 4 ranking points for that win go to your Blue Alliance teams. They move up in the rankings. And we will see once again those 10 tower points credited to the Red Alliance courtesy of Whidbey Island's climbs with some excellent work there. We'll be right back with qualification match 28 in just a moment.
qualification match number 28. Over here on the red side of the field, please welcome 49-15.
That's Spartronics.
In the middle position, it's 40-89.
Stealth Robotics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 30-70.
Team Pronto.
On the blue side of the field, please welcome 10K79.
Aerodynamics.
45-79.
The Robo Eagles.
And 94-42.
Miso Mechanics.
Quals number 28. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Fuel quickly launched from both side human players into their hubs. 2 red and 2 blue robots each try to steal fuel from that central neutral zone. The Red Alliance quickly scoring plenty of fuel here in the Red Alliance hub. They scored over half of the fuel necessary for that energized ranking point bonus only in autonomous, and they're quickly racing towards that extra bonus here in the initial first shift. Now, of course, they scored so much fuel on auto, and our first shift goes to the Blue Alliance. Their hub now illuminated and active. 49-15. Spartronics, they're on the hunt. They're passing fuel from the central zone to their shift or their side of the field. 1007.9. They're scooping up fuel for the Blue Alliance. They pass some into the Blue Alliance exchange as well. Ready for the humans to shoot. But first Red Alliance shift, and they already have exceeded that 100 fuel threshold so quickly. They're now in the hunt. They're on their way to 360 for that second supercharged bonus. Back to the blue side we go. 1,079 lining up with aerodynamic scoring fuel into that Blue Alliance hub. They chase down some additional fuel in the bottom right corner as some collisions between Stealth 4089 and Miso 9442 results in Miso routing back around along the front side of the field. They take the long way around through the neutral zone. Back to the red side they go as play goes back to the Red Alliance control. Red Alliance hub active again, active indeed as the counters keep on going, scoring more and more fuel. 240 fuel plus scored through that Red Alliance hub. It just keeps on coming. Bottom left corner, 49-15 Spartronics, they score some fuel. Now under 30 seconds to play. We are in endgame. Miso Mechanics unfortunately stuck center field on top of some fuel near the rear wall. 45-79, Blue Alliance Robots still deep in red territory, trying their best to slow down this absolute scoring tidal wave of Red Alliance fuel. 3 seconds, 2 and 1. Some excellent fuels going there on both sides, but especially the Red Alliance. They nearly made it to that supercharged threshold, which I believe would be one of the first, if not the first, for the Pacific Northwest District. 314 fuel as scored by our hubs. We'll leave it to our referees to confirm some of those final check boxes, and they'll finalize your scores once they are done. Some excellent scoring efforts once again from both alliances, but in the end, victory in that match goes to your Red Alliance. A new event high score, 327 points with no added fouls to that score. 327 to 155 is your final tally. 4 ranking points for that win. 3 for the win and 1 for the energized bonus to your Red Alliance. Blue Alliance not walking away empty-handed. They did an excellent job as well. At least 100 fuel scored in that Blue Alliance hub as well earns them the ranking point as well. Excellent work from both alliances there, and especially the Red Alliance setting in a new event high score. We'll see if that one holds as we make our way onwards to match 29.
Qualification match number 29. A quick reminder, we've got 2 more matches before we take a 10-minute break. So let's go ahead and meet the teams on the red side of the field. Welcome 3268.
That's the Valhalla Bots.
Joining them 3681.
The Robo Raiders.
And 38-26.
The Squim Robotics Federation, or SURF.
All the way on the blue side of the field, it's 59-41.
The Cast Iron Orcas.
32-19.
Shred, Trojan Robotics Engineering Art and Design.
And it's Royalty 25-22.
Royal Robotics.
Qualification match number 29. Drivers, if you can work your way behind the lines, we'll start the match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 29. A little bit slower than what we've seen earlier on today. Neutral zone fuel remaining largely undisturbed. Human player shots making their way into the Red and Blue Alliance hubs as we close out Autonomous. Red Alliance currently in the lead in Autonomous, scoring 30-15, your live score. So we'll start with a Blue Alliance shift. There it is now. A little bit of danger there as a Blue Alliance machine. I believe that's 32-19 Shred. They were briefly stuck on a blue bump, and a Red Alliance machine attempted to push them out of the way. Now a Red Alliance machine stuck on that near blue bump. There's like actually a couple of machines stuck here on various bumps or fuel. The one lone red machine standing, 3681, trying to push their partner out of the way. I see no lights illuminated on that robot. So unfortunately, it looks like 3268 for Halibut's out for the count, unfortunately, on this occasion. Seeing the lights and power, the lights now illuminate on the Blue Alliance hub. And let's see if any of our robots can launch fuel into the hub, or maybe humans. We'll have to see. 3826 Surf. There's Surf for 3681. No, 3886 Surf is surfing around at the Blue Alliance side of the field, looking to play some defense, preventing 3219 from getting into their Alliance area. They do now, but just in time for that shift to expire. We make our way back to the red side of the field. At the top left, we got 3681 of the Red Alliance, scoring 4 pieces of fuel through the Red Alliance hub. That's 4 points added to their score. 30 seconds now, end game on the clock. 3219 getting pushed against by the Red Alliance. Surf now rides the wave back towards their Red Alliance side of the field. Shred lining up, trying to get some shots into the Blue Alliance hub. They make their way from the bump to the side of the field, to the field wall, back towards the front of the field, to the tower. Will they make it? Where will they go? 4 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Our live score tells one story. We'll see what our referees have to say when they finalize our scores. And we've got a thumbs up. Those scores are now final, so up on the big screen in a moment. Your Red Alliance takes away match number 29. Final score 59-23 in favor of the Red Alliance, and they earn themselves free ranking points for that win, moving their ranks up to 21, 8, and 22. We'll be right back. Last match before break. Qualification match 30 on its way next.
Qualification match number 30 out here on the field. As a reminder, we're going to take a 10-minute break at the conclusion of this match. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Welcome, 1294.
Pack of parts.
3786.
The Chargers.
And 9036.
Ramen Robotics.
On the blue side of the field, 8051.
Tank Rex.
7627.
Bearcat Robotics.
And 4682.
The Cybers.
We've made it to qualification match number 30. That means at the conclusion of this match, we will be halfway through our qualification rounds. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off qualification match 30, halfway through our qualification period. And the last one before our break. Blue Alliance feeding away several pieces of fuel from the central neutral zone. And some final long shots there from the Blue Alliance human player. Hello, Bearcat human player. 2 minutes or so on the clock here in Teleop as drivers take the controls. And looks like we start things off of a Red Alliance shift. Blue Alliance did ultimately score more fuel in Autonomous. So meanwhile, Bearcat Robotics attempts to pass fuel from the central neutral zone towards their side of the field. Some traffic at the rear of the field, just in front of the head referee. Fuel splashes everywhere. And another bit of fuel makes its way along the top right corner. We make our way down to the blue side of the field. Collisions between, looks like the Chargers, 3786. They're bumping into the Blue Alliance's Cybears. The Cybears now escape out to center field. They were in a little bit of a dangerous spot underneath the output of the Blue Alliance hub. Teams cannot directly catch fuel from the hub, but they got out of there with some extra fuel in hand as we make our way back now to a Red Alliance shift. Bearcat Robotics in neutral territory. Pack of parts as well for the Red Alliance. They scoop some additional fuel underneath the red trench and make their way now around neutral territory. The Chargers for the Red Alliance still on the defensive, even while the blue hub is inactive. And as I say that, Blue Alliance now back on the clock. Bearcat Robotics, like a little bit of robot, might be bent out of shape, but they're still intaking fuel successfully. Both of them and Tinkrex getting pushed up against by the Chargers of the Red Alliance. Now here comes Ramen to support as well. They're trying to slow down the Blue Alliance scoring effort as we approach endgame. Both Alliance hubs now active. Blue Alliance currently holds a lead. We shall have to see if either Alliance can firmly take the lead in the last 20 seconds of the match. Pack of parts ramps up over the red bump. 2, 3, 5, 6 fuel make their way towards the red hub. I believe only one of those makes its way in. A handful of fuel now through the blue hub as well. Courtesy of, I believe, Bearcat, as Ramen Robotics grabs a hold and lifts up off the Red Alliance tower. Referees give the all clear on those scores, so results from match 30 on the board. It's a Blue Alliance victory. Very close score, 135 to 122, with all 3 ranks for those Blue Alliance members moving upwards, courtesy 4 rank points, energized, and free points for the win. With that, we now have a brief break, as mentioned, a little bit shorter than what was mentioned on the schedule. We plan to start the next match at 5:08 p.m. If you're in that match, please be here at the field a few minutes earlier than that. Maybe for 5 o'clock, maybe 4:50. Well, actually, that's now. Please start on time. Otherwise, a little short break. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Welcome back. We're here for qualification match number 31. Up first, it's 10K 79.
Aerodynamics from Boffle.
In the middle position, ready to cause some chaos, it's 45-12.
Honor Chaos from Everett, Washington.
And rounding it out, it's 29-03.
The Neobots from Arlington.
In the first position, it's 45-79.
The Robo Eagles from Federal Way.
In the middle position, it's 17-78.
Just down the road, Chill Out, Mount Lake Terrace.
And rounding it out, it's 41-31.
The Iron Patriots from Renton.
Qualification match 31. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 31 underway. Our first one back from break. You got a few pieces of fuel making their way into the Red and Blue Alliance hubs. A few more pieces of fuel making their way in. I think that's just a few more landed shots from a human player. And here comes 10079 Aerodynamics. They're launching fuel into that Red Alliance hub. Looks like they end that autonomous period with 39 pieces of fuel in their hub. That will give them the early advantage and also hand over control of the hubs to the Blue Alliance to start with a 20-second Alliance-specific shift for the Blue Alliance. Chill Out is a member of that Blue Alliance. They're making their way along the front end of the neutral zone. Looks like they're trying to scoop up some additional fuel to add to their collection. But they're bumping into some defense being played by 2903. That's the Red Alliance's Neobots. Not a very productive session there for the Blue Alliance in their active shift as Control makes its way over to the Red Alliance side. And they continue to score additional fuel in that Red Alliance hub. Now, a brief break before we turn back to Red Alliance. Scoring some more fuel. Looks like that's going to be 45-12 Otter Chaos. And Team 10079 Aerodynamics. They both score fuel as the hub lights extinguish. For the Blue Alliance now on the right side of the field again. Chill Out attempting to score some fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots. All appear to be good thus far in the Blue Alliance hub. They add 4 points to their score. 5 seconds left on the clock here in the Blue Alliance shift. And we hop on over now to the Red Alliance period, where we see once again some more fuel being shot into that Red Alliance hub. Looks like again, Otter Chaos, they've got a stream of fuel into that Red Alliance hub through the open top of that goal. And it looks like they're joined again by Aerodynamics, both of those machines scoring fuel in that hub. Under 30 seconds to play now, we enter endgame. Neobots, they're protecting, or rather keeping Blue Machines out of the Blue Alliance zone with some effective defense. 2 machines stopped at that front Blue Alliance trench. Now Chill Out does manage to sneak past the Neobots, but they do not manage to get any fuel into their hub, but they do drive out the Neobots from the Blue Alliance zone. But Neobots hops right back over across the bump. But in the end, with the distractions of that defense, the live score currently in the Red Alliance's favor. Scores now confirmed by our referees up on the big screen. And the Red Alliance do ultimately come out the victor in that match, 197-54. Your final score with 4 ranking points total allocated all to the Red Alliance, 3 points for the win, and 1 ranking point for scoring at least 100 pieces of fuel and energizing their hub.
Welcome to qualification match number 32 on the red side of the field. Let's meet our teams. It's team 2910.
That's Jack in the Bot.
Joining them, 3681.
Robo Raiders.
And rounding out your red alliance, it's 1899.
Saints Robotics.
On the blue side of the field, make some noise for your hosts. It's team 2930.
Sonic Squirrels.
Joining them, 5941.
The Cast Iron Orcas.
And rounding out your blue alliance, 4915.
Spartronics.
Qualification match number 32, drivers behind the line, 3, 2, 1, go.
Not 1 second into the match, and Jack and About already in the neutral zone, but they have to face off against Spartronics. And now the Squirrels of the Blue Alliance, both stealing away fuel from the neutral zone to launch it in the direction of their own hub. Squirrels new player as well, launching fuel from the blue outpost into the blue hub. Several shots making their way in the Blue Alliance hub at 1 point apiece. Looks like actually a tie ball game out of Autonomous, 18-18. So it's the FMS's choice as to who gets the first shift. Looks like it's going to be the Red Alliance on this occasion as they get shifts or their activated hub to score fuel into their zone. Red Alliance quickly pulling into the lead here as they have the activated hub. They have the ability to score the fuel into their hub at 1 point per piece. With 4 seconds left now on the Red Alliance shift, several pieces of fuel make their way into the Alliance hub. Courtesy of, I believe that was Jack in the Bot. They briefly get hung up on a piece of fuel in a neutral zone, but they get free by their Alliance partner. As on the Blue Alliance's time, Spartronics does launch several pieces of fuel into that Blue Alliance hub. Now another wave of fuel. They quickly tie and now retake that lead for the Blue Alliance. That lead now separated by just 10 points, and I'm sure there's more than 10 pieces of fuel entering that red hub as we speak. Red Alliance back in the lead again, back and forth now with 70 seconds left to play. Spartronics having to pass some fuel from the neutral zone in the blue territory. They were in a little bit of a risky spot near the output of that red hub. A couple seconds left in the red shift. We now make our way back to the right side of the field for the blue shift. They've got some fuel stockpile, so here comes Spartronics. They launch fuel into that blue hub. Quickly followed up by the Sonic Squirrels, your hosts. Team 2930, they launch fuel into the hub as well. 2 robots out in center field neutral territory as that happens. That's going to be the Cast Iron Orcas for blue and the Robo Raiders for red. Robo Raiders not moving a lot there at center field in front of one of our referees. Looks like their robot restarted. You can see the lights illuminate once again. Both Alliance hubs active as a piece of fuel hits the scoring table again. One more stream of fuel up and over. It's good in the Blue Alliance hub. They're separated by 7 or so points. This margin is narrow. That lead switched back and forth multiple times throughout that match. Our live score, again, tells one story. But after finalization, after confirmation by our referees, we'll have to see what our final scores have to say. Scores now confirmed from that last match. That lead went back and forth. But in the end, the Red Alliance does take the victory. Final score separated by 13 or so points. 183 to 170, your final score. Now, both alliances did score at least 100 pieces of fuel in the hub, so they do both earn the energized ranking point bonus, but the Red Alliance does ultimately walk away with those extra free ranking points for the win in that match. That moves them upwards in the rankings. Jack and the Bot at rank 9, 3681, the Robo Raiders at rank 5, and Saints Robotics at rank 13. We'll see how those rankings continue to change as we move on to qualification match 33.
Qualification match number 33. Let's meet our teams. 32-19.
That's Tread, Trojan Robotics, Engineering, Art, and Design.
29-80.
It would be Island Wildcats.
76-27.
Bearcat Robotics.
90-36.
Ramen Robotics.
38-26.
The Squid Robotics Federation, or SURF.
And 46-82.
The Cybers.
Qualification match 33. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 33. Our scores are a mystery at this point in time, so we'll have to see what happens when things go in the hubs. There we are. 15 or 17 or so points to 7, your current live score. Currently, looks like Blue Alliance in the lead. They've scored a few more pieces of fuel up in that hub. 7 more pieces of fuel, in fact, in that hub. And that does mean our Red Alliance will have the first shift? Question mark, as looks like one of the sides of lights are not illuminated on the hub, but that's a different matter. We got about 2 minutes to play here in Teleop. Once again, Red Alliance on the active shift. One Blue Alliance are out venturing into red territory to try to play some defense. And as I say that, of course, 38-26, Squid Robotics Federation does now make their way out of the Red Alliance territory back towards Blue as they enter their active shift. 9036 Ramen Robotics, they shake back and forth to get some fuel into position. They're trying to realign themselves, get their fuel ready to go in at that blue hub. They got about a second left on that shift before it heads on over to the Red Alliance side of the field. Swim Robotics Federation back on the defensive. They are up against Spare Cat, and that's unfortunate for the Blue Alliance. They've got a robot that ramps up over the bump and lands on top of Whidbey Island Wildcats. I'm sure our referees will have an interesting time on that one at the end of our match. Anyways, back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field as we look to see several more pieces of fuel making its way up into the Blue Alliance hub. They currently have the lead by roughly double the points, and some more shots make their way in, courtesy of their Blue Alliance human players. Now, meanwhile, it looks like those robots have freed themselves. Unfortunately, Whidbey Island Wildcats still disconnected at the moment, but that blue robot did manage to get itself free from the top of that machine. End game period. 17 seconds left on the clock. As Ramen Robotics lines up, they try to get some fuel into the hub. 4682 Cybers, unfortunately, stuck on some fuel just outside of their zone. 3219 Shred, also immobile. That leaves 2 robots in the neutral zone as the match comes to a close. All right, folks, before we post the results from that last match, we do have an update. The head referee is issuing a yellow card to Team 4682 for violation of Rule G416, specifically damaging contact within the frame perimeter. That is a yellow card to Team 4682. However, they already carry a yellow card from a prior match. So unfortunately, that ultimately stacks to a red card for this particular match. With that said, we have our scores from this match. Winner in that match to the Blue Alliance with a final score of 156 to 97. We'll be right back for qualification match 34 in a moment.
With that, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 34. Out here on the field on the red side, up first, it's 4089.
Stealth Robotics.
Joining them, it's 1294.
Pack of Parts.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 3268.
Valhalla Bots.
On the blue side of the field, it's 4173.
Bark Bots.
Joining them, 4180.
Iron Riders.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, 9442.
Miso Mechanics.
If you're just joining us, this is qualification match number 34. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off match 34, two robots now free in the neutral zone. They're looking to grab some additional game pieces to score for their alliance. 4089 Stealth Robotics, they sneakily hide away with some additional pieces of fuel to score in that red hub. They quickly return back to nature in the neutral zone out of that red alliance hub. Red Alliance scored several more fuel there in Autonomous, 62-9 in favor of Red Alliance at this point in time. That does mean our first shift out of Autonomous will be the Blue Alliance. There it is now. They've got about 25 seconds of Blue Alliance specific shift time. Unfortunately, it looks like two robots will be taking use of it, as 9442 has no lights illuminated in their machine. They appear to have lost power. 1294 Pack of Parts for the Red Alliance, attempting to play some defense, slowing down the scoring effort of the Blue Alliance. That does seem to be effective, as we now turn our attention to the left side of the field for a Red Alliance shift. 3268 of that Red Alliance is the Valhalla Boss. They are unfortunately stuck in front of the bump on some fuel. Here comes 1294 in an attempt to help get them over the bump. They do appear to successfully land on all four wheels. Air and Red Alliance carpet. Back on the Blue Alliance side of the field now. Blue Alliance shift as a piece of something, plastic aluminum, falls off of a machine. They do, however, manage to score several pieces of fuel through the Blue Alliance hub, each at 1 point per piece with under a minute left to play in the match. Pack of Parts pushing the Iron Riders out of their zone underneath the blue trench. They utilize that time to gather more fuel for the next time they're on the clock. Under a minute to play in a Red Alliance shift. Several pieces of fuel made their way into the Red Alliance hub, and now one piece of fuel gets ejected all the way out to the top left corner by our field reset team. They quickly get that back into play. 33 seconds left now on the clock. We enter endgame. Both Alliance hubs now active. 9442 actually back on now with lights in their machine. Hopefully they can rejoin in these final moments of our match, question mark. Iron Riders, there's tracking down some additional fuel in the bottom right corner of the field. 1294, pack of parts, they bounce around the red hub. They may or may not have picked up an additional piece of fuel on their way out of the hub. But regardless, final moments as the match comes to a close. Head referee gives the all clear on those scores. Red Alliance with the win in that match. Final score, 167 to 37. 4 ranking points for that victory go to your Red Alliance. Stealth Robotics remains in first. Our other two partners move upwards in our ranks. That's courtesy of the energized ranking point bonus. They scored at least 100 fuel in their hub, as well as the free ranking points earned from that victory. We'll be back with match 35 in a moment.
Qualification match number 35. Please welcome 2522.
Royal Robotics.
488.
Team Xbox.
And 3070.
Team Pronto.
On the blue side, 8051.
Tank Rex.
9317.
Steamrollers.
And 3786.
The Chargers.
Qualification match 35, 3, 2, 1, go.
You got one robot, now two in the neutral zone for the Red Alliance, grabbing some fuel from that center area. Looks like Bronto decides to just sort of chill in the central zone, sort of near the center line. Royal Robotics, they launch their fuel that they gather towards the Red Alliance hub. Human players also launching fuel into the blue hub as well. It's time the robot. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock in our slightly longer teleop. As all three Red Alliance robots now in a neutral zone, they launch fuel towards their zone to stockpile it as the Blue Alliance does begin with the first Alliance-specific shift. 80-51, tank wrecks of the Blue Alliance. They end up stuck on some fuel at front of the field, but they do manage to free themselves and make their way back over to bump to their Alliance side of the field. Meanwhile, two pieces of fuel make their way from Pronto towards the back of the field, but the rest do make their way towards their side of the field as we enter a Red Alliance-specific shift. Red Alliance currently in the lead in our live score. We'll have to watch to see as fuel continues to enter through the open top of that goal. Tank Rex now stuck again at the rear side of the field. They do get themselves freed by their Alliance partner, 93-17, the Steamrollers. The Chargers now follow towards the blue side of the field. Interesting position there in front of the Blue Alliance sort of return shoot from that hub. But they do look like they are playing, looks like defense on their Red Alliance opponents while they are on active shift. There goes that Blue Alliance shift now. Red Alliance is on the clock. Just litanies of fuel or mirages or whatever collection of fuel entering the top of that Red Alliance hub. Here comes Royals and Pronto scoring fuel in that Red Alliance hub. Xbot chasing down some additional fuel in the neutral zone as we enter endgame. Now both Alliance hubs active. Tank Rex and Steamrollers at the bottom right corner of the field. Piece of fuel bounces directly in the Tank Rex and into the blue hub. 1 point added there. Red Alliance walking away with at least one ranking point in this match. They have energized their hub with 5 seconds left on the clock. Collisions in the vicinity of the red tower. Royal Robotics appears to be in the air by my eye. We'll have to wait and see what the referees have to say about that one. Red Alliance with a victory in that last match. Final score 221-97 in match 35. 4 ranking points for the victory to your Red Alliance. 1 for the Energized, as we discussed earlier, and 3 for the win. That's going to move all of those robots upwards in our ranks. Royals up to 4th, Xbot to 7th, and Pronto up to 12th position.
qualification match number 36. Please welcome 3219.
That's Shred, Trojan Robotics, Engineering, Art, and Design.
Joining them, 2903.
Neobots.
And rounding out your red side of the field, 4579.
The Robo Eagles.
On the blue side of the field, it's 4512.
Otter Chaos.
4682.
Cybers.
And 1899.
Saints Robotics.
We've made it to qualification match number 36 here at the Pacific Northwest District Glacier Peak event. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Both hubs active here in the auto shift. The Blue Alliance's Cybers do pick up some of the fuel from the neutral zone. They launch that directly into the Blue Alliance hub, 1 point apiece. Human players have to launch their pre-staged fuel into the Blue and Red Alliance hubs. And with that fuel stashed away by the Blue Alliance, that does put us at a slight advantage for Blue, 33 to 13. And we start with a Red Alliance shift. They are on the clock. 1899, Saints Robotics have a little bit of a collision at the rear of the field, and several pieces of fuel fly across the Blue Alliance half of the field into the Blue Alliance driver stations. Luckily, no one particularly worse for wear there. We got 2903, the Neobots playing defense for the Red Alliance in Blue territory as we enter a Blue Alliance shift. Several pieces of Blue Alliance fuel making their way up into that Blue Alliance hub at 1 point each. Neobots attempting to push and interrupt the Saints Robotics machine. 1899, they now grab some fuel from the bottom right corner of the field. Otter Chaos as well, they fight with the interruption from the red defense machine, and they score some fuel up in that Blue Alliance hub. Red Alliance is on the clock, not seeing much motion, however, from that side of the field. You got 3219, seemingly immobile by the red trench. And their alliance partner, 4579, they attempt to score some fuel, just not quite high enough into that red hub. Now we're back on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Otter Chaos has a full hopper of fuel, and in it goes, one after another. A fairly high hit rate there in the Blue Alliance hub. They now pull even further into the lead. They have 150 plus fuel scored in that Blue Alliance hub. They've already exceeded that extra energized ranking point threshold, so they are walking away with at least 1 bonus rank point. But will they earn any more? Neobots in a dangerous position near the Blue Alliance tower. Remember, we're in the endgame now. These towers become protected zones in the last few seconds of our match. 5 seconds left now on the clock. 3, 2, 1. That's all they wrote for match number 36. Referees give the all clear on those scores. Blue Alliance is the victor in that match. Final score 219-21. 4 ranking points for that victory to the Blue Alliance. They move upwards in the ranks. 3 for the win, 1 for the energized bonus. We'll be back with match 37 in a moment.
Welcome to qualification match number 37 out here on the field. It's 10K 79.
Aerodynamics out of Boffle.
Joining them 76-27.
From Monroe, Bearcat Robotics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 1294.
From Sammamish, Pack of Parts.
On the blue side of the field, it's 90-36.
They're from Bellevue, Ramen Robotics.
In the middle position, 29-80.
Oak Harbor's Whidbey Island Wildcats.
And rounding out your blue alliance, it's 17-78.
From Mount Lake Terrace High School, Mount Lake Terrace, Washington. Chill out.
Qualification match number 37. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off match 37, Aerodynamics carefully navigates the neutral zone. Meanwhile, Bearcat just splits through that pre-stage fuel rectangle at center field. They got a lot of fuel going through that Red Alliance hub, courtesy of Aerodynamics. We enter the teleop period, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play. Red Alliance roughly double the score, but still plenty of time for either alliance to continue onwards and score and take the lead. We do start with a blue alliance shift. Maybe 12 seconds or so of blue alliance hub activation. Looks like they're on a mission to gather fuel to prepare for their next shift. Instead, chill out on the blue side. They've got some fuel in their hop, so they may be having some problems as we make our way on over for a Red Alliance shift. Quibby Island's hungry for some extra fuel. You hear some loud rumbling from them. Red Alliance now making their way, looks like pack of parts. They launch one piece of fuel towards their alliance partners, now a second, as their other two alliance partners quickly launch fuel into that Red Alliance hub. They're in the triple digits, have already achieved that energized ranking point threshold. And now here we go, 3 Blue Alliance robots in blue territory, plus pack of parts in to add some defensive chaos. They push up against Ramen. Ramen Robotics, one ball a few seconds or so through into that Blue Alliance hub. That's gonna be that for that Alliance shift. We're now on the Red Alliance period. They continue to score fuel in that Red Alliance hub. Courtesy Bearcat and Aerodynamics. Now a big splash of fuel up at the Red Alliance wall. And some humans scoring fuel in that red hub as well. Endgame quickly approaching now as Pack of Parts makes their way back underneath the blue trench. They're deep in blue territory again, trying to disrupt that endgame scoring of the Blue Alliance. Blue humans going at it, trying to score some fuel in at the top of that hub. Whidbey Island as well. They're making their way up over the blue bump towards the neutral zone. Will they climb on this occasion? We will find out. 5 seconds or so left on the clock. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ramen Robotics appears to be in the air. We'll leave it to referees to make those final judgment calls. Once they have our scores finalized, we'll have them out to you in a moment. And that moment appears to be now. Head referee gives the thumbs up on those scores. So up on the big screen. Red Alliance with the victory in qualification match number 37. Fairly good scores there, 200 to 114 in favor of the Red Alliance, with both alliances having successfully achieved the energized ranking point bonus. They scored at least 100 pieces of fuel through that hub. The Red Alliance does ultimately earn those extra free ranking points for winning the match. Bearcat and Pack of Parts move upwards in our ranks, 15th and 22nd respectively. Aerodynamics remains in the second seat.
Qualification match number 38 out here on the field. On the red side, please welcome 93-17.
From Redmond, the Steamrollers.
Joining them, it's team 29-10.
They're from Mill Creek, Washington. That's Jacked in the Bot.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, 49-15.
From Ambridge Island, Spartronics.
On the blue side of the field, make some noise for 36-81.
Seattle's Robo Raiders.
Joining them, 80-51.
Tequila's Tink Rex.
And rounding it out, 25-22.
From Bothell, Royal Robotics.
Qualification match 38, driver's side line, 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off our match, 3 robots in the scrum, now 4 at center field. Talking about as they do, they quickly dip out of there with several pieces of fuel sent on over to their side of the field. Now here comes 39-15 Spartronics. We got some fairly high-ranking teams in this match. This should shape up to be an exciting one. A fairly tight live score does put blue slightly higher in terms of our live score than the Red Alliance, so we shall have to see how that changes. That does mean the Red Alliance begins with the early shift here in this match. Jack and a Bot chasing down some fuel at center field. They bump into Royal Robotics. Royal Robotics now immobile after that relatively gentle collision. Jack and a Bot, they make their way back underneath the red trench. Now bump into the Royals again as they make their way now towards the blue end of the field. They steal some fuel for themselves as Tink Rex attempts to score in the Blue Alliance zone. They appear to be the only blue robot capable of scoring at this point in time. Spartronics continuing to launch fuel towards their zone. They pass it to their Alliance partners, or really themselves, as they end up back in their zone during another Red Alliance scoring shift. A cascade of fuel makes its way towards the referees at the rear of the field, but much of the fuel still remains in the Red Alliance hub. They do still currently hold a slight deficit to the Blue Alliance's score. 75-63, your current live score in favor of blue, and they do currently have the active hub. This is our last Alliance Civic shift as Jack and the Bot sends a long shot all the way across the field. A single piece of fuel and now sweeps several more towards their Alliance partners. They're getting ready for this moment. Endgame, 30 seconds, both Alliance hubs active. Tink Rex trying to sweep up the excess fuel they have on the Blue Alliance side. But here comes Red. They've got fuel through their Red Alliance hub. Here comes Jack and the Bot. They're tracking down some fuel on the far side, but they launch it towards the rear of the field. Now some more shots from Jack and the Bot. Up and into the hub. 3 seconds left. 2, 1. The live score tells one story. Before finalization from our referees, before end game, before any final edits that are made to that score, we see what's on the board right now, but let's see what our referees have to say after they finalize their results. Before we post the results from that last match, we do have another update. The head referee is issuing a red card to Team 2910 for violation of Rule G416, specifically damaging contact inside another robot's frame perimeter, resulting in the opponent being unable to drive. Again, that is a red card to Team 2910 for violation of Rule G416. With that, we have your final scores. Victory in that match goes to the Blue Alliance with a final score of 114 to 103. We'll be right back with qualification match 39 in a moment.
Qualification match number 39. Welcome to the red side of the field. It's 59-41.
The Cast Iron Orcas.
41-73.
Barkbots.
And 37-86.
The Chargers.
On the blue side of the field, can you hear the stampede? It's 30-70.
Team Pronto.
Joining them, 41-31.
Iron Patriots.
And 94-42.
Miso Mechanics.
Qualification match number 39. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alrighty, qualification match 39 out of 60. We got two blue robots at center field. Looks like Miso Mechanics opt to utilize their A-stop. They'll be paused for the remainder of autonomous. Some long shots from the blue humans towards that blue hub. Same with the red humans as they try to make some shots into that red hub. All right, we enter teleop with a slight, I believe, Red Alliance lead, so we will begin with a Blue Alliance-specific shift. That score very close, separated by only 4 pieces of fuel. Here we go, Red Alliance bumping into Blue Alliance at the front of the field. It's going to be the Chargers for the Red Alliance, tracking down the Iron Patriots for Blue. We got an active blue hub at the moment. Pronto, they land 1, 2, a few shots into that hub while it was still active. Chargers now bumping into the Iron Patriots again. They're at the top right corner of the field as we make our way on over to the Red Alliance and their active hub. Human players continuing to fire shots towards that Red Alliance hub. Many of them going in. Those are going to be good at 1 point apiece. 1 minute and 22 seconds left now on the clock. Iron Patriots along the back wall. They sweep fuel towards their human players, and it goes to the outpost. And along they launch. Unfortunately, a solid amber stack light in the Miso Mechanics drive station indicates that fortunately we will not be seeing anything else from their robots on this occasion. And the position in which they have been stopped is unfortunately a little bit risky. Now, a flashing status light in 4131's driver station indicates a disconnected robot. Hopefully they can rejoin in the remaining 40 seconds of this match. We have our ongoing face-off. Pronto 3070 versus Chargers 3786. Now the two teams separate as we enter endgame. 25 seconds left on the clock, and this match is still very close. 5-point difference, 38-33 with 16 seconds on the clock. Fuel headed in the direction of the blue hub from Pronto. Now fires of fuel being fired off from the human players. Red Alliance in the lead as we tick down the final seconds. Now once again, this is an unofficial live score. There's still some final endgame points to address. There's still referee confirmation. So we shall have to see who takes the lead in the end. We have a thumbs up from our head referee. And so our final scores up on the board. Go to your Red Alliance. Final score, 44-38. A very close match. Excellent work, especially with some of the difficulties there. Some great work from both alliances. But in the end, the Red Alliance does take the victory. 3 ranking points for them as they move upwards in the rankings. Qualification match 40 on its way next.
Welcome to qualification match number 40 over here on the red side of the field. Up first, it's team 488.
That's Team Xbot,
Joining them, it's 38-26.
the Squim Robotics Federation, or SURF.
And rounding out your red alliance, it's 32-68.
The Valhalla Bots.
On the blue side of the field, make some noise for your hosts. It's team 29-30.
The Sonic Squirrels.
Joining them, it's 40-89.
That's Stealth Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, it's 41-80.
The Iron Riders.
Qualification match number 40 in 3, 2, 1, go.
We start qualification match 40. Blue Alliance robots quickly sweeping up all of the fuel started in that neutral zone. A fairly close autonomous blue, just slightly sweeping ahead, courtesy of, I believe, shots from human players. And here we go, drivers at the controls with just under 2 minutes and 20 seconds to play. 4 robots at center field, and as I say that, of course, the Squirrels make their way out towards their Alliance zone. The Red Alliance begins this match with their first Alliance-specific shift. They'll have a little bit of catching up to do as they did not score as many fuel in Autonomous. Unfortunately, it appears that Xbot is currently immobile at center field. Hopefully they can get their situation figured out and rejoin us later on in the match. Now a Blue Alliance shift as several high shots arc over the Blue Alliance hub. Looks like that's courtesy of 4180, the Iron Riders. Now another stream of fuel from 4089, Stealth Robotics. Those are all good, 1 point apiece. 29-30 to Sonic Squirrels. They chase down some more fuel to stash away in the hub. They get a final few shots in as the hubs exchange to a Red Alliance shift. They are now in control. Blue Alliance has set a benchmark. They've already achieved the energized ranking point threshold. 130 fuel scored out of the 100 necessary, and they've earned themselves 130 points. We'll have to see if the Red Alliance are able to catch up to that tally. For the Blue Alliance, Stealth Robotics, they're lining up, scoring some fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. Just up against that Blue Alliance hub is 29-30 to Sonic Squirrels. They now chase down some more fuel at the bottom right corner of the field. Iron Riders, they have some fuel in their grasp. They're trying to get it into their shooter mechanism as we hit just under 30 seconds to play. Both Alliance hubs now active. Human players with some final shots, courtesy for the Red Alliance. But with some more fuel streaming in from the Stealth Robotics machine at the front. Now Sonic Squirrels lining up. They've got fuel as well. 8 seconds left now on the clock. 233 pieces of fuel as we enter the final seconds. 245 pieces of fuel scored in at that Blue Alliance hub. We shall wait to see what our referees have to say as they finalize the results. Got a thumbs up from our head referee. Scores are now finalized. It's a Blue Alliance victory. Final score 245-249. 4 ranking points for that victory to the Blue Alliance. That's 3 ranking points for the win. 1 for the Energized bonus we discussed earlier. And that's going to put the Squirrels up in the rankings to 20th. Iron Riders up to 16th. And Self Robotics has nowhere else to go. They're already in first. We'll see what happens when match 41 comes your way next.
Out here on the field with me, I've got qualification match number 41. Up first, it's 1294.
That's Pack of Parts.
Joining them, it's 1899.
Saints Robotics.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 9317.
The Steamrollers.
On the blue side of the field, please welcome 2910.
Jack in the Box.
In the middle position, 3219.
Shred, Trojan Robotics Engineering, Art and Design.
And in the final position, it's 10K79.
Aerodynamics.
Qualification match number 41. Drivers behind the line. Three, two, one, go.
Here we go. Qualification match 41 underway now. Jack and the Bot doing their thing. They grab some additional fuel, make their way over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Aerodynamics doing the same. They grab some fuel and score it in the direction of their Blue Alliance hub. Realize some human shots making their way towards the hub. And off we go. Drivers at the controls. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the match. Live score in favor of the Blue Alliance, 42-18. They scored more fuel, so Red Alliance begins with the opening shift. Jack in the Box trying to clean up the neutral zone. They send that oil slick away into their Blue Alliance zone. Meanwhile, Tread, they launch 1, 2, 3 pieces of fuel, 1 of 3 successfully in that Blue Alliance hub. Pack of Parts now immobile in the red zone, just up against that red hub. And as I say that, they send us some sort of mechanism, like probably an intake or something, making some loud rattling noises against the red hub. We'll have to see if they're able to become mobile again. Actually, all 3 Red Alliance robots currently immobile on that side of the field. Not very fortunate for them as they enter their next Alliance-specific shift. I see 2 blinking status lights indicating robots disconnected. And Pack of Parts, unfortunately, the 1 robot remaining connected, unfortunately unable to move. Let's focus our attention to the right side of the field. Aerodynamics at the top right, they collect more fuel and send some to their human players. And as that Blue Alliance hub illuminates, they quickly score all that fuel into the Blue Alliance hub. Now Jack in the Bot, a stream of fuel into the Blue Alliance hub for the open top of that goal. Tread as well, they're trying to maneuver carefully around that blue tower. There's a volley of shots there from Jack in the Bot. They all land successfully in the Blue Alliance hub, 1 point each. Endgame, under 30 seconds to play now. 218 pieces of fuel scored thus far. We'll have to see how much more fuel makes its way into Blue Alliance hub. Jack in the Bot, they grab 1 bite of fuel from the center, and they make their way back home. It's 11 seconds left on the clock. Now, Aerodynamics briefly disconnected, but they return back to action. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. A little bit of chaos there in that match. As usual, our referees will finalize those results. And once they're ready, we'll have them to you up on the screen in a moment. Before we post the scores from that last match, we do have another update. The head referee is issuing a yellow card to Team 2910 for violation of Rule G416. Specifically, damaging contact inside the frame perimeter, that's a yellow card to Team 2910 for Rule G416. They do already carry a yellow card from a prior match, so unfortunately that does stack into a red card for this match. If they were to receive any ranking points, there will be no ranking points for the other team as an effect of the card, but they will continue the remainder of the matches with a yellow card. With that said, our scores are now final. Victory to the Blue Alliance in that match with a final score of 267-42 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And with that, Evan, are we ready to meet the teams for qualification match 42?
Thanks for that, Austin. Let's go ahead and meet the teams on the red side of the field. Up first, I've got 3681.
That's the Robo Raiders from Seattle.
Joining them, 4579.
The Robo Eagles from Federal Way.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 4173.
Bark Bots from Mount Vernon.
On the blue side of the field, 2903.
Neobots from Arlington.
3070.
Team Pronto from Shoreline.
And 1778.
Chill Out from Mount Lake Terrace.
Qualification match number 42. We're at the Pacific Northwest District Glacier Peak event. And we'll start the match in just a moment. A quick update on today's schedule while we're waiting for the match to start. A quick update on today's schedule. The schedule shows the pits closing at a certain time. They are going to close 5 minutes after the last match today. With that, let's go ahead and start the match. Drivers behind the line, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alrighty, qualification match 42 underway. With hopefully a little less chaos than last time. Chill Out. They paused their autonomous, bumped up against the blue bump, or rather the wall near the blue bump. Various pieces of fuel making their way into the hub from their human players. Blue Alliance is slightly ahead coming out of autonomous. They scored a little bit more fuel, so we'll be making our way over to a Red Alliance starting shift in just a few seconds. There it is now, Alliance-specific shift on the left side of the field for your Red Alliance. They've got a little bit of a deficit to recover from. Live score 13-34 with under 2 minutes to play with drivers at the controls. A piece of fuel dangerously near both the scorekeeper and the stop button. But anyways, fuel continues to fly around and around the field. And as we continue onwards, we're on a Blue Alliance shift. Team Pronto at the bottom right corner. They gather some more fuel towards the towards their Alliance hub. Chill Out as well, some more fuel. They score it in the Blue Alliance hub in the final seconds of their Alliance-specific shift. Neobots, looks like they're having some difficulty moving around center field. They now make their way, now smoothly, back to the Blue Alliance side on the far right side of the field. Active hub currently is the Red Alliance hub we see from those illuminated lights. And here comes 3681, the Robo Raiders. They score a few pieces of fuel there. Chill Out, I believe. They attempt to bump into and defend against the Robo Raiders, but ultimately they do send a couple of pieces of fuel out of the arena. We've got some dedicated field crew running out into the hallway to go ahead and grab that. We continue onwards with a Blue Alliance specific shift. Human players launching fuel in the direction of the hub. Chill Out chasing down some more fuel. Up and over the bumps we go. 30 seconds. Both hubs still active. Both human player sets launching fuel towards those hubs. Neobots immobile after they made their way to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Here comes the BarkBots. They make their way around the red side of the field. Along the front, they sweep some fuel towards their partners. 4 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. We'll just leave it to our referees to confirm those scores. We'll be right back in a moment. Final scores confirmed by referees. Blue Alliance with the win in that match. 143-30, your final score. 4 ranking points for that victory go to your Blue Alliance teams. 3 for the win, 1 for the Energized bonus. That moves all their rankings in the upwards direction.
Qualification match number 43. Please welcome 41-31.
That's the Iron Patriots.
32-68.
Valhalla-Bots.
And 25-22.
Royal Robotics.
On the blue side, 90-36.
Ramen Robotics.
40-89.
Stealth Robotics.
And 76-27.
Bearcat Robotics.
qualification match number 43 in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're back. Qualification match 43 out of the 60 will play throughout our entire district event. 76-27 Bearcat Robotics. They charge onwards into the center of the field in the neutral zone. Spinning around, grabbing some pieces of fuel and make their way back to the blue side of the field. Sorry, I saw something snap off there, but either way, the robot doesn't seem too worse for wear. All 6 robots seemingly mobile in this match. No worries, folks. Things are okay for now as our Robotics makes their way over the red bump. They land back on the carpet after doing some brief surfing on some fuel. And now some collision center field. Iron Patriots from the Red Alliance says hello to Stealth of the Blue. Stealth Robotics now making their way back into the Blue Alliance side of the field. We exit our first red shift. Now Blue Alliance's hub is active. Iron Patriots, they bump into Bearcat Robotics. Bearcat now sneaking underneath the blue tower to scoop up some additional fuel to add to their collection. Their hub is still active, and away they go. A few pieces of fuel make it in at 1 point per piece. Alliance shift changes again. Now we're on the red side of the field. 1 minute and 15 seconds left to play. Blue Alliance currently in the lead, 126-53. But the Red Alliance currently has the opportunity to add to that tally. Looks like it's solely Royal Robotics joined by their human players contributing to that score as they launch to their hub. Now the final seconds tick away as we go back to the Blue Alliance side. Iron Patriots 41-31 doing the best they can to try to defend against that offensive power. Human players out of fuel. They express their displeasure as the robots now are responsible for the scoring. 33 seconds left as we approach endgame. Royal Robotics trying to make it over that red bump at the front of the field. They back away, try again, and now with momentum, they make it over. Both Alliance hubs active and both alliances firing fuel into the open top of that goal. You got some fairly high-ranked teams on the field here, so we're expecting some fun results here from this match. Human players on the blue side, they launch more fuel into the top of the blue hub. Red human players, they launch some shots. 2, 1. By my eye, it looks like Royal Robotics and the Red Alliance is still on the playing field floor, but Ramen Robotics may be in the air for a level 1 and a 10-point bonus. We'll have to see what our referees have to say about that. I spy a thumbs up. And so with our scores finalized, Blue Alliance with the victory in that match. Final score, another cheesy 254-71, your final score. 4 ranking points for that win. Go to your Blue Alliance free for the victory and 1 for the energized bonus. Now, Ramen Robotics, 90-36, they move upwards to 5th. Bearcat, they move up as well to 9th. Stealth Robotics, they would move up if they could, but they remain in 1st place.
Welcome to qualification match number 44. Please welcome 45-12.
Otter Chaos.
Joining them, it's 94-42.
The Miso Mechanics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, make some noise for your hosts. It's Team 29-30.
Sonic Squirrels.
On the blue side of the field, please welcome 46-82.
The Cybers.
Joining them, it's 488.
Team Xbot.
Filling out the third position, it's 59-41.
The Cast Iron Orcas.
Behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Slowly creeping in towards the neutral zone as the Red Alliance has the Sonic Squirrels and I believe Miso Mechanics as well. Sonic Squirrels sneak away with some extra fuel to hide away in their Red Alliance hub. $26 fuel scored in the Blue Alliance hub and Autonomous, 22 for Red. I was going to a Red Alliance shift first here at the beginning of our match. That Red Alliance hub now active, lights illuminated, with a potential of 1 point per piece of fuel scored in that hub. Here comes that fuel now. Squirrels and I believe that is Otter Chaos scoring plenty of fuel up in that red hopper. 1:45 now on the clock as we flip on over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. That hub now active. Miso Mechanics defending against Xbot. They push Xbot briefly up the ramp. Now Xbot takes the long way around along the front. They're deep in blue territory. Miso Mechanics continuing to push and shove, playing defense against the Blue Alliance. Final seconds in the blue shift with some final shots from the human players. And we now make our way back to the left side of the field for the Red Alliance's turn. More streams of fuel coming in from Otter Chaos and the Squirrels. With the 4682 machine, that's the Cybers from Seattle playing interference and defense on their robots. Under a minute left to play now, and a very tight score. It was separated by just 4 points, but Red Alliance does briefly pull ahead with the lead, but with a Blue Alliance shift, we'll see how that changes. Miso briefly pushes Cybers up on some fuel and into the bar of the, whatchamacallit, trough, tunnel, something like that. They make their way now into endgame. It's a trench. It's called a trench. Anyways, Miso Mechanics are back. They push the Cast Iron Orcas up against that bump now. Casanorcas around they go along the rear of the field. They push some fuel towards their human players. 5 seconds left now on the clock. 2 and 1. Those scores were fairly tight throughout the match, and I did see some final flags waved from our referees. We'll have to see what their final determination of all of the various end game scoring, penalties, everything is assessed at the conclusion of the match. We'll have to see what their final call is when these scores are confirmed in just a moment. Speaking of that moment is here with a thumbs up. Victory to your Red Alliance, so a final score of 145 to 124. All 3 Red Alliance members move on upwards in the rankings. Honor Chaos to 6th. If they remain there, that could be an Alliance captain position. Miso to 14th. Sonic Squirrels to 20th. All 3 Alliance members moving upwards courtesy of the 4 ranking points they earned. 1 for the Energized bonus, and 3 for the victory in that match. We'll be right back with qualification match 45.
Welcome to qualification match number 45. We've got 3 more matches today before we call it a night. As a reminder, pits will close 5 minutes after the last match. Other quick reminders, at the conclusion of the last match, we'll have a alumni photo down here on the field. So if you're an alumni of First Programs, be sure to get down here after the last match. And then additionally, if you're a mentor Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in room 702A, which is the same room that the team workshops are in, there will be a mentor appreciation, coffee, and donuts that we would love to see you at. Let's go ahead and meet the teams. Please welcome 4915.
That's Spartronics.
In the middle position, it's 4180.
The Iron Riders.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 8051.
Tinkrex.
On the blue side of the field, it's 3826.
The Squim Robotics Federation, Surf.
Joining them, 3786.
The Chargers.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 2980.
The Whidbey Island Wildcats.
Qualification match 45 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 45. Spartronics quickly dives into that central fuel zone. They're joined by their alliance partner for the Red Alliance. Looks like that's 8051. Tinkrex scoring quickly as well. Blue Alliance mostly human scored fuel at this point. As we enter 2 minutes and 20 seconds of teleoperated play. Red Alliance scored slightly more fuel in that autonomous mode, so the Blue Alliance will take the first shift. They are on the clock. Here comes Whidbey. They grab some additional pieces of fuel along the backside. Along they go. They are on the clock, and they make their way over the bump. They've got fuel in their robot. And they launch it towards the blue hub. I believe a couple shots made it in. Some excellent work there from Whidbey as they score a couple points worth of fuel. Now it's the Red Alliance's turn. Here comes Spartronics. They line up and several pieces of fuel make their way up into the Red Alliance hub. Fortunately, it looks like their other alliance partner, Iron Riders, currently disconnected. Flashing status light in their driver station and no light at all from their robot. They may have lost power just in front of the red bump. Back to the Blue Alliance side. We're back with Whidbey Island. They make some shots towards the hub. Ooh, just short. Real quickly reset, intake some more fuel, and try again in a moment. Surf, the Squim Robotics Federation, they push some fuel into their side of the field, specifically towards their humans who start launching it towards the Blue Alliance hub. Under a minute left to play. We now shift our way back towards the Red Alliance hub. A stream of fuel courtesy of Spartronics from the bottom left corner. Now Tinkrex, they chase down some fuel in the top left. They make their way sort of vertically center towards the red hub. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance, Whidbey makes their way over. They free their alliance partner. Surf was stuck on the red bump, but no more. As we enter the last 30 seconds of the match, 2 Blue Alliance robots active, 2 Red Alliance robots active. Look to see as both alliances continue to score fuel in their hubs. Surf ferries some more fuel into the Blue Alliance corral for the Blue Alliance to score. Whidbey Island, they make their way around their half the field, doing some little circles, maybe some last-minute maneuverability problems. Some final pieces of fuel scored in the Red Alliance hub. We'll wait to see what our referees have to say. Red Alliance have scored at least 100 fuel in their hub, so they will walk away with at least 1 ranking point. See a thumbs up from our head referee. Our scores are final. So up on the big screen they go. The Red Alliance walks away with the victory in that match. 142 to 54, the final score. But some excellent efforts there from both alliances, especially with Battle getting some fuel scored in the hub. Excellent work to both alliances there. Red Alliance does once again walk away with the 4 ranking points, free for the win, 1 for the energized bonus. That's going to move 2 of the Red Alliance members upwards, 14th and 15th. Smartronics remains in the 3rd slot. We'll be right back with qualification match 46, our penultimate match before the end of the day.
Welcome to qualification match number 46. A reminder again, we've got 2 more matches left. At the conclusion of match number 47, we're going to close the pits 5 minutes after that match is done. And immediately after that match is done, we're going to take an alumni photo down here on the field. Again, another reminder for mentors, tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in room 702A. That's the team workshop room. There is a mentor appreciation donut and coffee get together. I hope to see you there. With that, let's go ahead and meet the teams. Please welcome 25-22.
That's Royal Robotics.
Joining them, it is 10K79.
Aerodynamics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's Team 29-10.
Jack in the bot.
On the blue side of the field, it's 1294.
Pack of parts.
Joining them, it's 3219.
Shred, Trojan Robotics, Engineering, Art, and Design.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 4173.
The Bark Bots.
Qualification match number 46. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off match 46, 2 Red Alliance robots in the neutral zone. Jack and the Bot doing as they always do. They grab some fuel quickly. It looks like they decide to pause their autonomous routine for the moment, activating their ASOP. Aerodynamics 10079. They launch some fuel from the bottom left corner of the field for the Red Alliance. And we enter teleop, 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Red Alliance scored plenty of fuel during that initial autonomous shift. So the Blue Alliance begins with their first turn at the Alliance-specific activation of the hub. Pack of Parts, they're colliding against the Royals at the rear of the field. It's like 2 of the free Blue Alliance robots opting to play defense, and as I say, that Pack of Parts does sweep some fuel towards their Blue Alliance human players. One shot just over the Blue Alliance hub. Now back on the red side of the field, and we've just got shots coming all over the place. I don't know, humans, Royals, Jack in the Bot. Well, actually, Jack in the Bot's over in center field, so probably not them. But anyways, red fuel flying everywhere. Jack in the Bot does glance by 3219 Shred, who to my eye were immobile before Jack in the Bot passed them. But Shred is currently enabled but not moving at center field. With that said, we're back in a Blue Alliance shift. Jack in the Bot launching fuel from all the way across the field. Full court shots there from the pre-staged fuel on the playing field carpet. They launch them all the way after neutral or to their Alliance zone. They're passing them over to their Alliance partners who have their robots geared to launch them into the hub. They're dialed in, they're tuned and ready to go to launch fuel into that red hub. Pack of Parts attempting to play defense deep in red territory to now make their way underneath the red trench. Away they go now. Final 25 seconds of the match. 290 free fuel scored thus far for the Red Alliance. They're approaching that free 60 threshold for a supercharge. Will they make it? 10 seconds left on the clock. Now 8 seconds. 343 of fuel scored in the red hub. Some final shots from Aerodynamics. Up goes the Red Alliance on the tower. 346 fuel scored in that red hub. So close to that supercharged threshold, but an excellent achievement nonetheless by that alliance. And really by both alliances, some excellent scoring, some excellent work in that match. But we can only have one winner. After the finalized results come in, after our referees, due to confirmation and everything, we have our final scores. And the Red Alliance walks away with the win of a new event high score. No penalty points contributing to that total. 371 for the Red Alliance. Again, an excellent effort there for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, excellent effort from them as well. They earned themselves 25 points. 4 ranking points for the victory go to the Red Alliance, 3 for the win, 1 for the energized bonus. Again, so close to that secondary threshold. Royals remain in 4th. Aerodynamics remains in 2nd. Jack in the Bot up in the rankings, courtesy of those ranking points. One more qualification match. We'll be back in just a moment.
qualification match number 47. We've made it to the end of the day here, everybody. Reminder again, at the conclusion of this match, we're going to have an alumni photo on the field. And 5 minutes, yes, that's 5 minutes after we post the scores for this match, the pits will close. 5 minutes after we post the scores for this match, the pits will close. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in room 702A, there will be a mentor appreciation, coffee and donuts. That is in the team workshop room. I hope to see you there. Let's meet our teams for one last time today. Please welcome 4089.
Stealth Robotics.
Joining them, 5941.
The Cast Iron Orcas.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 4512.
Otter Chaos.
It's getting colder as I walk towards this side of the room. In fact, it's quite chilly. It must be 1778.
Chill Out.
Joining them, it's 1899.
Saints Robotics.
And rounding out, let me hear you. It's your host, Team 2930.
The Sonic Squirrels.
Final match of the day, qualification 47 in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 47. The last match of our first day of competition. Chill Out quickly launches fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. Sonic Squirrels, they grab some fuel from the Blue Alliance, or for the Blue Alliance from center field as well. They launch it towards the Blue hub. $40 pieces of fuel scored thus far for the Blue Alliance, 16 for Red. That does mean our initial opening shift will go to the Red Alliance. Here it is now, Alliance Pacific shift. The Red hub remains active. The Blue hub turns off. Chill Out and Sonic Squirrels, they flank the front and rear of the field in the neutral zone, scooping up fuel for them to use at a later point in their shift. 5941, the Cast Iron Orcas, they make their way carefully around the red bump. 4089, Stealth Robotics, they make their way up and over the blue bump. Looks like they've opted to play defense to slow down the scoring efforts of first the Squirrels. It looks like only the Squirrels. They make their way now sweeping fuel along the rear wall back towards their side in preparation for their shift in just a couple seconds. Red Alliance back on the clock. Some initial shots fired from just their human players. And here comes Otter Chaos now. They've got fuel streaming towards that Red Alliance hub. Not seeing much from Stealth, and as I say that, some more fuel makes their way into the Red Alliance hub. Back onwards we go. Last Alliance Pacific shift for the Blue Alliance. Stealth Robotics, they're doing a little bit of gathering, a little bit of stealing fuel from the Blue Alliance. And as they were doing that, they bumped into and slowed down these Sonic Squirrels. Both the Squirrels and Chill Out scoring fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. Chill Out misfires a couple of shots near their Blue Alliance hub, but they do ultimately lock on and score a few more in the Blue hub. 30-point difference here in our end game with 18 seconds left on the clock. Let's take a look. Sonic Squirrels, they score more fuel in the Blue hopper. 1, 2, 3, just a few more. We can skip some of the numbers there. Chill Out, they launch some fuel towards the Blue hub as well. Final seconds, 2 and 1. Our live score separated by 20 points. Again, there are referee checks, confirmations, end game tasks, things for our referees to verify. But with a thumbs up, we have our final score. And so up on the big screen, victory in the that match goes to your Blue Alliance with a final score of 171 to 159. 4 ranking points for the win. Go to your Blue Alliance. Both alliances do earn the energized ranking points, so neither alliance walks away empty-handed. Stealth Robotics dethroned from first to second rank position as all 3 Blue Alliance members move upwards in the ranks. These rankings will become extremely important as we make our way towards alliance selection tomorrow, but that's a tomorrow issue. Today, we have our pits closing in 5 minutes from now. The final scores have been posted, so the pits will close in 5 minutes from now. Additionally, we have our alumni photo on the field. Don't forget about the Mentor Appreciation Coffee tomorrow morning. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow.
As you head out, remember, if you're an alumni, I'd love to have you down here on the field for a photo. And as you're leaving, as a reminder, tomorrow morning, opening ceremonies is at 9 a.m. And as Austin said, the pits are closing in 5 minutes. So please go put your robots to sleep and have a safe drive home. We'll see you here bright and early tomorrow morning for another exciting day of competition and our alliance selection and playoff tournament.